It's back to Super Metroid, though. There's a bit of a funny in play right now. And it's the fact that I once again have gotten a warning from my power company saying there may be an outage in my area. This time, the amount of time that passed last time before my power magically vanished has passed and it didn't go. But that doesn't mean it won't just go at any given time. I would not take that as a guarantee right now. We're gonna try to get what we can do done before that happens, ideally. You know, the ideal scenario is we don't lose power at all. But considering the way things have been lately, could go either way on that one. But for those who missed session 1, we did get quite a bit done. As you can see, we have a reserve tank, a fair whack of energy tanks, the Varia suit, Morph Ball, bombs, high jump boots, speed booster, charge beam, ice beam, and wave beam. So we are, I would figure, better than halfway through. We also have the grapple beam, as you can see up there, and the X-ray scope. There's gonna be a little bit of rust shaking off because of the fact that, you know, it's been a week. I've also turned the volume up a little bit, because I think it was a little quiet last time. So hopefully the volume increase is a good thing. But we shall find out. Oh yeah, this is the Spore Spawn room. I have no reason to go through the Spore Spawn room. This is when I find out I've actually been naming that wrong the entire time, and it would not surprise me in the slightest if I was. I'm pretty sure that's who's in that room. The big plant thing. I realized last week I said that with such confidence, and then I thought about it some more. I'm like, do I know that? I don't know if I know that. Already went that way and grabbed that. I was gonna think about solving the mystery of that hallway down there, but I still don't know what the solution to that mystery is. Considering we already went into a cubby room down here, I would assume it wouldn't be down this way. Ice beam really is such a delight to have on hand. How do I use this thing again? There it is. So there's the path there, but we already were down this path before because that's how we got to this. Oh, wait, hang on. Right, we did discover this last time, didn't we? We discovered this and then couldn't follow this up because we didn't have power bombs. My memory was telling me the truth, even though I doubted it. This is why you check these things. Oh, there's water in here, though. Thanks, I hate it. Okay. Oh, when in doubt, power bomb it out. You lived, huh? Oh, there. Explode. Oh, it's a speed booster wall. Okay. That explains why there was enemies there. This also means I cannot currently do this, because I cannot run in water without gravity suit, so this area is not happening right now. But at least we solved how to get here. What that tells me is my first order of business today is exactly as it should be, is and going and getting the gravity suit. Since we can go get it now. I'm like 99% sure. And if I'm wrong, it's gonna be really funny. Order of operations for getting there is go this way. So I don't think there's any doors that can stand in our way at this point. I'm pretty sure as soon as we got power bombs, we had every door openable in vanilla gameplay. As I mentioned previously, the randomizer does allow for there being, like, bomb doors and things that exist, too. But we're not randomizing this, so I don't need to worry about that. I sure did pick an interesting place to save, didn't I? In hindsight, this all makes sense, because you would come up through here after getting Ice Beam. And by the time you have Ice Beam, as long as you didn't do what I did last time, which was immediately go rushing off to go up here, even though you didn't have everything you needed. I keep freezing that guy in the worst positions. You would think I'd be patient and just not freeze him in such an awkward spot, and yet, you would be incorrect. Actually, before I go rushing off, this feels like an area where there would be something too. Apparently that is incorrect. This is what I get for thinking things will make sense. These plants are a nightmare. Spit me out, you son of a bitch. You would think I would know better than to do things like this, and yet, here we are. With me doing the exact same stupid thing twice. Showing once again that while I'm capable of learning, I do not always learn. Hit the save point. Not because I'm afraid of death, but because I'm afraid of power outages. Which, admittedly, considering it's been like a really, really high heat year this year, it's not surprising that the power grid here is having more trouble than usual. More people using air conditioning and all of that puts more strain on the grid, more issues develop, etc. You know how it is. And if you don't, well, good news, you know now. You've learned how that works. In the most vague sense possible. That's not reaching, huh? There we go. I think I have to let go of the beam in order to grab it. There we go. Oh, right, these are blocks that disappear when you let go of them, too, I guess. That's upsetting. Now we've gotten over to this side. There's an item up there, as you can see. But I suppose, you know, we have priorities. He says, knowing full well that he's lying to himself and anyone who listens to that sentence. But, you know. I can claim to have good priorities. Just isn't always true. Oh, that's right, you're just a platform by default. And I missed. Well, this could be a problem. Also, the door up there being closed is a concern. The good news is I think I can get back out of the water around here. Alternatively, I may have to go back to the beginning of the room. In fact, I'm pretty sure at this point that that is exactly what I'm doing. Is this meant to be a hint? Nope, sure ain't. Okay, very good. I figured I'd check, you know? Figured I'd check. Wait. No, you ain't getting enough height there. It's fun, though. Whee! Y'all know I love my grappling hooks. I really dislike the fact that you jump high enough that that thing is no longer on screen. That's really unfortunate. Like, sure, I could meter my jump down perfectly to land on it without it going off screen. But I feel like the positioning on that is just unnecessary. Like, it is a failing of this being what it is, not necessarily. I thought those were ones you could land on. Oh, no, I'm forgetting how those work because it's been a week. You're supposed to grab them, not jump on them. That's where I'm going wrong. Remember, everybody, I haven't played this in a week. And what a hell of a week it was, let me tell you. Big collab at the end of the week, another collab right after it. The brutality of Dark Souls 3, as far as that session went. A lot of art getting done. It was a busy week, so it's not surprising that I'm forgetting things. Okay, now the power company's telling me that there's power in my area, so, you know, I think we might be fine. Whatever issue they had come up got solved. Welcome to the quiet part, he said, lying. Not actually gonna be quiet here at all. It's quieter. Which is another reason why I raised the volume. Welcome to the wrecked ship. It's full of ghosts. You thought the moon was haunted? No, ship's haunted. It's always interesting when something that is arguably sci-fi focused like this also includes ghosts and things. Things of a supernatural nature. Admittedly, there could be any number of explanations for what these things are. They may not even be actual ghosts. But the way they just kind of appear out of nothing like that makes you wonder. Of course, by the same token, the fact that we could shoot them is also interesting. And if I need to destroy all these, like, little spinny boys or not. I think I do, considering we can't make progress. It's either that or this is a room that I can't proceed in until I turn the ship on. One of the two. Considering I can leave, I'm pretty sure it's, I have to activate the ship first scenario. But let's go ahead and just shoot all these for sake of argument first. Just for shits and giggles. Yeah, nope, nothing changed. To no one's surprise. If you were surprised by that, don't say it. It's fine. You don't have to admit it. Now you'll notice that those ghosts don't really move much. They just kind of bob up and down. They're not really going to be a problem. Let's not go that way still. I forget if you're meant to go just like directly forward in here and turn the ship on. I'm pretty sure you are, but I'm just making sure first. Do what I do best and go wandering off, you know? Okay, the breakables are over there. I just missed it when I shot over this way. Maybe because of the wiggly beam. Whoop. This is a mess. Oh, we can go this way. Well, helped me get down the hole that way, I guess. Don't mind Trash Can Man just chilling there. There's the map. Can't use it yet because there's no power. So, you know, that's a problem. Turns out a lot of things don't work with no power. It is interesting, though, that it matters here. When you would think that there's not really a way that there'd be power to those map stations out in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere. Funny how that works, isn't it? Hope you're ready for a spontaneous boss fight. Hi, Fantoon. How you doing? Open up. Oh, I forgot. You actually have some funky timing to you. Ow. Ah! There we go, there's one. Yep, I'll just tank those, I don't care. Open up. Come on, I don't want to have to cycle back to my super missiles to hit you. Okay, fine. It's another one. It doesn't take that many hits. The problem is just what's happening in front of us right now. Where I'm just getting set ablaze because I'm being lazy. Would you fucking not? Of course you did it all the way over there. Fantoon's just kind of annoying, honestly. Like, not the biggest threat in the world, aside from situations like what I'm dealing with right now, where I'm just eating flame constantly. Because I can't get the positioning to just stop all the fire. Ah! Stop being a pain in the butt and just let me hit you. Accept your fate, damn you. I'm pretty sure it's only like 1 or 2 more super missiles and this fight's over. But I just can't land the damn hits. Of course it's not over. We're dead. We are so dead. This is gonna be our first combat death, all because Fantoon is a pain in the butt. Oh wait, I have reserve tanks. It's not over yet. It's gonna be over though, because I thought it was already over. Yep, now it's over. Fantoon is annoying. We're also going all the way back over to this tube because there wasn't much to do about that. I think the room straight ahead that I didn't go in probably was the save room. And I had my wires crossed. That is literally the only combat death we've had in this entire playthrough so far, and that's the only reason I'm mad about it, is because it's all because Phantoon is annoying to hit because of the fact that most of the time when Phantoon is targetable, there's a flame between you and Phantoon. So you have to kind of fire and then get to a super missile to fire it. Or just fire additional super missiles and risk running out of them. Just kind of annoying. So hope you enjoy the path to wrecked ship, as we're gonna do it again. Remember, folks, this is why you call the Ghostbusters instead of dealing with ghosts yourself. And if you're wondering if that fight is part of why I don't like the way items cycle in this game, you'd be correct. Is it situations like that that make the cycling really inconvenient? Sure, I was using proper canceling there, but that only helps so much because I have to cycle back past the regular missiles to get back to the super missiles. It adds an extra unnecessary step to doing the combat there. And I know, you could definitely have avoided more of the flames than I did. Like, as I said, 100%, I was not fighting efficiently, is I thought it was only going to be like 3 or 4 missiles, forgetting that it was as many as it was. Also, take a look at the fact that this save room doesn't work. In case anybody was like, oh, you should have went to the save room first. Yeah, those don't work till you power on the ship. So, doesn't matter. So yeah, if I botch the Phantoon fight again, buckle up for me making this trip a 3rd time. And all the fun and excitement that involves. Thankfully, it's not a long trip by any means. As you can see, we're already there. And I freely admit, I probably would have won the first time had I remembered that I had that reserve tank. And it was full. I genuinely just forgot all about that. I'm pretty sure both regular missiles and charge also hurt Phantoon, but I don't know that for certain. Come on. Be hittable, you son of a bitch. Oh, of course. The worst angle possible, yet again. I swear it's like he knows what angle I'm pointing at. Which, you know, it's obvious where I'm pointing, so wouldn't really be a shocker if he did. Yeah, even people that know this game decently, I'm pretty sure usually treat Phantoon as a health check. Just because of the amount of damage these flames do, and the fact that it's kind of annoying to land good hits. Like, I'm not saying this is a bad fight, it's just a nuisance. Because I appreciate what they were going for here. I just don't have to agree with it. Once again, was just in the worst position with all the flames to be able to get the second hit there. Because the problem is, I don't know how many E-Flames Phantoon launches. Obviously, I have no reason to know that information. And without knowing that, you're kind of just in an awkward spot here. Of having to just kind of hope that you get a good position and to fire the missile. Like, at least the flames are destructible, but again, doesn't much help you there. Howdy, Natra. As I've mentioned before, this is the first time I'm finishing this one. I have finished most of the rest of them, I just never bothered to go back and finish this one. Till that goal got completed. Partially because of decisions exactly like this fight right here. Where it just kind of feels like a health check, to a degree. Come on, just... Now, of course there happened to be a flame in the way, haha. Yes, do another set of flames. Oh, and you're also still not dead, are you? Oh wait, no, you're blinking. I think you're dead. There we go. Yeah, look how much health that took. And that's with only missing one loop of that fight. Really, as far as the hits go. Hate it here. But this comes back to the thing I talked about when I had showed you all Fusion before as well. These games almost always have at least one boss that somebody's going to have an awful time with. Bantoon's mine. Other people will have issues with other fights. And like I talked about during Fusion, Nightmare is usually the fight I consider to be not great out of that one, because it is also one that you will more often than not lose just a shitload of health because of game design. So you just best have enough health to handle it, or get ready to memorize the whole damn pattern. Is those your only two moves? Yeah, now the ship's active, which has a blessing and a curse to it. I feel like there's been a bit like that before. Though not in this genre entirely. So what you're saying is no one's going to finish your game. Everyone is going to say to hell with you and close that game. That's what I'm hearing. Like that is a masochist's masochist game right there. Because unless those outside walls have a tolerance of more than like 5 hits, there's no world in which people are gonna have a good time there. You can either go up or go across. This is nearer the save room. We'll go this way, because we're in shambles right now. I have chosen poorly. Let's go the other way. Well, that I figured was a given. But I'm just thinking, like, base tolerance. Because that's where people are going to run into the issue, is when they're first learning your mechanic. That's where people are going to get mad. Because even if you warn people about something like that, they're not going to assume that you mean it. They'll just think it's fluff and lore that you're warning them about breaking the outside walls and things like that. Until the first time the wall kills them. So you'll have to make sure that it's very clear that it's happening. Otherwise, like I said, you are going to 100% just get dinged as a bad designer in that situation. Hope you're ready for everything to hurt, by the way, because this whole place is now pain. Is all this broken equipment drops sparks and also hurts you when you step on it. See, that still could be read as just being lore, though. like, it's not a bad idea, because show not tell is usually a good move. But you just have to bear in mind, in the current context of things, people would generally just assume you're just showing that happening as a means of having that crewman die. Not as a matter of, oh, this is meant to be a game mechanic warning. Because most people aren't going to look at your game purely on the context of the game itself. They will try to take whatever information they're coming into it with from playing other things like it and make assumptions based on that. And it would be a rare thing indeed for somebody to pull a stunt like you're talking about there. So most people aren't going to assume that that's going to be a thing that'll happen. Like, sure, you can then tell them, like, well, I warned you. But that's only going to fly so well in and of itself. Oh, absolutely. You could have a warning when people have hit the wall a couple times, have the wall actually show damage in the spot you've hit, and things like that. Because that will make it very clear while also just matching the world just fine. And if people don't get the hint when the wall is full of cracks, then, you know, that's on them at that point. That would be a perfectly reasonable show not tell way to tell people, hey, this wall can and will break if you keep hitting it. Now bear in mind, at no point did I tell you don't do this. I'm making sure you do this in a way that actually goes well. So I'm all for the trouble that this idea will cause. I just can also tell you that I probably won't deal with it. I'm gonna assume the item's up there, though the icon's down here. There's a super missile spot there, but I'm kind of suspicious of this. There we go. Okay, it's just a missile expansion and it's in there. Joy of joys, I'm so glad I bothered to do this. Hooray. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, to hell with it. I'll just go back around, I guess. Like, I love the idea of wrecked ship. I do not like the dealing with wrecked ship. Because a haunted crash-landed spaceship is always a fun idea. This place is so, like, jammed with death. And as to what you're talking about, though, Natra, how do you plan to make it worth the hassle? That's the important kicker. Because you also have to bear in mind that if your combat is gonna have a very high risk like that, you need to make sure that combat is very, very responsive and reliable. Because if people end up dying because they can't aim because of the game, not because of their own inability to aim, that's also going to be a massive problem. Like, you could even have your weapons be somewhat unreliable, depending on the scenario you're going for, and still have those wall hits be a threat. But you also have to make sure there's a proper in-universe explanation for your weapon unreliability and things like that as well, I would say. And it has to be more than just, oh, hey, this is just what we have left, or, oh, hey, we just don't have good weapons, because people aren't going to take that very well. Meanwhile, back to this, it's a hell of a thing that fighting Phantoon right off the rip there doesn't even reward you with an item, it just rewards you with the ship being active. So you're basically just giving yourself danger. Obviously, you do need to do that in order to have access to the rest of the ship. I would say that's a better design decision than just having everything be a risk there. If you actually give it a proper, like, risk-reward balance, then obviously that will work significantly better and be much more widely acceptable. How do I get to that stack of... True. I was just basing it on the fact that it sounded like you wanted to make it integral to the game. The first option you're talking about, with having your basic weapon be the safe option, would be the best way to make it just an integrated part of the game. One hit might be a little too much. I would say maybe go 2-hit. Just purely because of the frustration factor of literally just, like, the smallest fiddle causes you to just die at that point, and that can very easily turn unsatisfying very quickly. Yeah, that I think would be better. This way, they know what they're getting themselves into, and they're committed at that point. If they want to do that. Okay, so there's a gap in the floor there. Oh yeah, I forgot you could actually look up what the item is, too, because I think that's showing me that that's a reserve tank when I look at it with the visor. How do I get that one? I guess it's probably another door. You really just want to have as much option to piss people off as possible, don't you? That's what I'm gathering from this, is you just want this to be a great option to cause trouble with. It would be to a point. There's always that balance point to these things. Okay, that is not how I get down to those doors. Those break, obviously. Because mind you, I'm telling you this from the angle of a streamer who would get very annoyed with people being a pain in the butt about that, which is why I present it the way I am. Oh, I see. We go through the area we were just at over here, because we did see these paths before. Now, I will say, if you wanted to really make people angry, you could just make it a toggleable option right off the get-go, and offer a reward for using that option. Like, it's just like a toggle on-off, kind of similar to how some games will have like an Iron Man mode or something. You will absolutely get people to set themselves up for failure that way. Specifically the one-hit mode, that is. Because then you know people's chats will set them up for failure for you by encouraging them to push that button. What you're saying there is the most reasonable option, yes. I would say that is a very reasonable set of options. Because you can have both. Both can be options at the same time. You could have a toggle be there, and on hard, the toggle is on by default, for example. This way, if people really want to just make their own life miserable right off the rip, or if you want somebody to be able to troll with it, both options are there available. And for bowling. Thinking about it. There he goes. Oh, that's right, he walks across, not throws me across. For some reason, I thought he, like, bowled me through the spikes and somehow broke them. I think I'm thinking of the wrong moment. It's neat that he kicks over a bunch of the spikes, but then when he starts going down the stairs, he actually passes behind another set of spikes. No, that's too far. Now, if you go normal ending, better ending for it, that could work. But if you are forcing people into the bad ending and making them have to replay the whole game to not get the bad ending, that's too far. But if you want to go for a 3-ending system, where you have a bad ending, the normal ending, and then a good ending for having the hull damage mode and like pushing the final boss through the hole or something, then yeah, that would work. I say that because there's a lot of games that'll set you up for failure with a bad ending, but they do it and let you be able to fix the error without replaying the game. Take a bunch of the Castlevanias, for example. They tend to have a out-of-nowhere bad ending option that you do kind of see coming, but it's not heavily warned about in all cases. And it's usually you defeat the what you thought was the final fight the wrong way. And that's generally well enough received. You then have to figure out what, like, the alternate kill condition is. Or what things you need to have to not get the bad result. But for a system like what you're talking about there, it would have to be a thing. Something like that, yeah, exactly. You could even add a layer of it's a self-sacrifice story in the best ending, which will get people real good there. Like, you break the whole, you're going to die, but you save everyone else by doing that. It's a good trick. Okay, I need to go that way. Because the thing is, it also makes sense, because how exactly are you going to write yourself out of the corner of... You've just busted a hole in the hull. Unless you mitigate the hull being a danger to you by, like, giving them, like, a spacesuit upgrade or something, that is how the plot would have to end anyway. So people can't even say that it comes out of nowhere, because the writing is on the wall there. You break hull, you die. So it makes, like, it ties it together fully with logic as well. Let me check the floor down there, because we have gravity suit now. There might be something down here. Oh, there is! It's called spikes. There's lots of them, too. It's a pity I can't just take some of those with me, considering how much they hurt me. I'm sure they'd hurt everything else real well. Thankfully, that's not that hard to make, depending on how detailed you want it to be and how you want it to look. If we go back into the wrecked ship for a second... This looks good, but if you look at it closely, you'll notice there's not that much to it. It's a handful of essentially rivets going in a line, a bunch of banded, like, pipework sections, and metal flooring. There's not a ton going on, but it gets the point across smoothly and simply. Oh yeah, fun fact, when you point your arm out like this, it actually does affect your hitbox. It's a hell of a thing. Okay, yeah, we did everything we needed to do over there. Very good. How'd we go, then? Which reminds me, on the note of tile sets, I actually got a very strange message the other day on Blue Sky. There's a random message request out of nowhere, somebody asking me to make level design for them for an RPG they were making. I refused it, because, one, I'm not a level designer, I've never done level design, so I wasn't comfortable jumping into that, and something about the message just didn't feel right. Because this was somebody who just came out of nowhere asking that. No connections at all in common or anything. It's just like, yeah, you know, this doesn't feel right. I'm just gonna deny that. But it's an interesting situation to find oneself in, because it's like, this is very tempting, because it's like, I do need work, but that they're asking me for something that's clearly not been shown within my pool at all. They've not interacted with any of my work previously. They don't have anyone in common with me. So they're just like full blind out of nowhere, and I'm like, nah, this doesn't feel right. This don't add up. But the mention of a tile set just kind of brought that back to brain. Like, oh yeah, that is a thing that did happen the other day. I should tell people about that. Because that's the world we live in, where you kind of have to do that kind of checking when people are asking you to do work for them. Because as much as I would like to just take people at face value, like, oh, they want me to make a thing for them, oh hell yeah, that's not how that works. Yeah, exactly. It's different when it's something that they've done before, or at least, like, you can safely bet that it would be doable. Like, I've been asked for things that are outside of the realm of what have done before, but it was, like, adjacent to the realm I've done work in before. Because, like, one of the first animations I did was before I had done any animation work. Yeah, a sprite sheet, like what you had asked for, was within the realm of logic. And it had been something that I had talked about wanting to do as well. Though I don't know if you knew about that part of it. But that is a perfect example. Now, that's where the kind of, like, funky line is for that kind of thing. Now, the other side of the coin, the side where this potential random person is not actually suspicious, there is the world of people making assumptions. Because we have to bear in mind that people will make very grand assumptions about things. They may have seen, oh, this person's a pixel artist. That means they must do everything related to pixel art. Because assumption tends to pass the concept of nuance and just leave it in the bin somewhere behind it. And I'm not saying that because anybody's wrong in that scenario necessarily, though it does tend to cause issues when people make that degree of assumption. But it is an easy assumption to end up making if you don't know much about the field itself. So there's a world like, for example, this mystery person could be like a new developer, and they don't know what goes into the art side of things. But that brings me to the other thing that I didn't mention about this conversation, and that is they sent me a random link about the thing that they wanted it to look like. Now, obviously, I wasn't about to click shit. And you shouldn't either. That's the other part of why I'm telling this story, is that this is meant to be a lesson for everyone listening in what not to do when someone just kind of pops up out of nowhere. If they send you a link and you've not talked to them about anything prior or anything, and even if the link looks good, don't fucking click it. Just don't. Get them to explain themselves about what the fuck that link is, and then probably still don't click it. In today's world, just don't click on anything. Don't click any links. Just don't do it. Need be, find a way to get to the place they're trying to send you on your own. Because almost every time there will be another way to get there without clicking whatever the hell that is. And getting there on your own can save you a lot of heartache. Because you can just, like, search the thing that they're talking about on your own or any of that. And you'll find, say, this mysterious reference image they were trying to point you to. And again, just in case this person is actually legit and everything, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm just giving this out as a general PSA of, hey, bear these things in mind. See, the problem that There's one justification on that angle there, Natra, and this was Blue Sky DMs, where you cannot send images, because Blue Sky is stupid. So I cannot fault that. That is why that was not even more of a red flag right off the rip. But unless you have like a super specific thing, you can generally just tell the person what it is if you can't send them the image. And then they can just go get it. Because trust me when I say, us artists are more than capable of going and getting reference images if it comes to that. And I for one, am safety conscious enough / paranoid that I would rather do that, unless somebody just has the raw image to give to me. And even those can be suspect at times. Like, it sucks that we live in a world these days where that's that much of a concern. Arguably, it's always been a concern, but there are parts of it that are worse now, is people have gotten better at being awful with these things, for lack of a better way of putting it. Like, when people are getting better at making a better mousetrap, unfortunately, we have to be much smarter mice. Okay, now we're back to where I'd gotten into Meridia before. To be fair, I'm not really sure I wanted to come down here immediately, but we're down here and we can just climb back up by going over on the left, so it's not really a big deal. If anything, this might be better because this will mean that I get to more of the stuff that's over here before beelining to the boss over there. I've heard about that, yeah. Though ads have always been a fucking issue, if you want me to be honest. Like, ads just at their core have been a security fucking nightmare. Because of the simple fact that there are so many dangerous pop-ups, dangerous ads, all kinds of fucking things out there. I forgot that this was a super missile thing there. Yep. That sounds about right. And for anybody out there that's like, oh, well, it's fine because these aren't always hackers with the things in the ads. Sometimes it's the companies. That's worse, arguably. The companies are just as bad, if not worse, than the hackers in a lot of cases. Do not just trust corporations with your information either, because even if the corporation itself's on the up and up, data breaches happen so often that that data is fucked anyway. Yup. Yeah, ideally before you type any passwords anywhere, realistically, would be your best case scenario. But that involves you realizing that it happened. Which is what usually makes any kind of information access very dangerous, because of the fact that a lot of people don't realize that it happened. They get compromised in a way that they just don't even recognize that something happened. Especially a case like what you're talking about there, where you get compromised by an ad downloading a thing. It's just a nightmare. quite where I wanted you to be stunned. Arr. Oh, and the gap's on that side too. I hate it here. Especially with the way we jump in this game sometimes. There we go. Like, there's just enough fiddle sometimes with this game that situations like that get really bothersome. Where the fuck am I going here? Oh, is this a one-way path? Did I go... Why are you like this, game? Why? Why you gotta do me like this? I love that I'm on the wrong end of, like, every one-way path in the world. Is that breakable in any way, shape, or form? The answer? Yes, because I can grapple to it, and it'll break. But how the fuck am I supposed to get up through that hole? This doesn't seem worth it. There might be something above there, but I feel like that just is not worth my time. I think I'm best served by seeing if I can go back through that tube that we came down through at this rate. And I know the ads are running, I'm just trying to get us back to a position where progress is gonna happen, rather than spending the time on anything else right now, because I don't need to do any of my usual get up for the ads things right now or anything. That's also why I'm not continuing, like, a more important conversation or anything right now. Where was the gap here again? There it is. Is this also a one-way path? No. Just for some reason, that was not a shootable path. Okay, that's fine. Back up the tube we go. So let that be noted for the future. That tube sucks. As tubes are arguably meant to do, but that's neither here nor there. Now that we're back up in usable terrain again, theoretically, now I'll step away to do one quick thing, and I'll be right back. Because I got a minute of ads left anyway, theoretically. Okay, I have returned. The ads are not quite done yet, but they'll be done shortly, theoretically. Oh, and I know I talk about this a lot, but y'all know about that desync between my two ad break timers? What if I told you it's gotten further apart now? Like, it's a full minute and a half desync between those two ad timers now, where it was not even a minute to begin with, then it became a minute, now it's become a minute and a half. It's continuing to desync harder, which is fascinating. Now, there is an interesting thing, though, is I technically have 3 ad break timers on my screen at any given time, and I've never talked about one of them. And it's the one that's on my bot. My Firebot window also has an ad break timer. That's matching up with the one that's above the chat. It's the ad manager one that might very well be the wrong one then, since 2 out of 3 agree. But I have no way of knowing what the truth is. Though, fascinating thing that's currently happening is I've just now noticed my bitrate is under 1,000. Yet Twitch is convinced it's still excellent? Not sure what happened there. I didn't change my bitrate. That's just a thing that's happening right now. I'm also now looking at the meter and it fluctuated like crazy. But I didn't drop any frames. Eh? It's one of those fucking days, I tell you. Because, quick story time. Because some of you may have noticed that I've been a little quick to be frustrated today. Because I had an interesting time today so far already. Last night, about 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm one of those fools that leaves his computer on all the time because usually I have it so I have noise while I'm sleeping. Computer starts making this awful noise out of nowhere about 4 in the morning. So I look at it, I think about it for a minute. Don't deal with it right at that moment. I shut the computer down, find another way to make myself have noise till I wake up this morning. Turn it on again. Good news. It was just a fan. And I have spares. So that's all sorted. Just an annoying thing to start my day with, really. Now, the bright side to that is I'd received a commission yesterday and I completed it this morning. Continuing my trend of getting my commissions done within like a 24-hour window most of the time. So that's a positive. But it was a very interesting morning, all things considered, getting that done and all of that before we even started this. So just bear in mind that I did not sleep great last night. So there's going to be some jangle to that. And that's where the response to Fantoon came from, other than just being annoyed by that situation in and of itself. But the lesson to take away from that little story time is always keep spare parts. Because if I didn't have spare fans, I would either be hearing right now or I'd be down a fan. Which, considering the temperatures lately, would be potentially meaning I wasn't going to be streaming today. So, yeah. Even if it's like a fan you replaced, maybe hang on to it, because you never know when you might need it. That is also a very good move, is having like a full setup available. I have almost a full PC's worth of parts. I think the only thing I don't have to make a second PC that would be good right now, out of my spares, is a power supply. Because my spare power supply is not good enough to make something as strong as my spares work. And I've not had the budget to get a new spare power supply. But if it tells you anything about the spare parts I have, I literally have every part I've replaced on this machine still stored around this room next to me. Because none of them were dead parts. So I kept them on hand in case I needed them. Yeah, exactly. This PC has undergone like 7 or 8 transformations over its lifespan. And it will continue to do so. It's just too fucking expensive to build a whole new PC most of the time. Does it have its own quirks because of what I've done? Absolutely. But even a new PC will have quirks, so that's largely a non-concept to worry about, I would say. But I'm also the same guy who buys a lot of used parts and doesn't worry about it, even though people swear used parts are a huge risk. Which they can be, if you aren't buying intelligently. Like, obviously, don't buy used parts if you don't know what you're looking at. And you can't tell reliable parts from unreliable parts. Like, obviously, there's not always the best way to tell those two apart. It is a little bit of a crapshoot. Okay, that does lead to there. So am I meant to go down through this, then? Or is this just meant to be a fuck you room? I think this is just a fuck you room. But then how do I open this door? Yeah, exactly. But you have the same reason I do for having all the spare parts around. Because even when I was still working at the grocery store, I kept my spares on hand because replacing it all at once is very expensive. Like, you need to be working a pretty good job to be able to just snap your fingers and replace all of the parts at will. Like, don't get me wrong, I frivolously replaced things back when I was still working that job, comparatively. Is like something would start just not feeling like it's keeping up or anything like that, and I would replace it. But that is why the replaced part then became the spare, is because it was still good enough, it just wasn't as good. And I've always been taught not to waste things. Like, if something still functions, you keep it. Now, there's a downside to that, though, and there's a caution I want to give to all of you attached to that logic. Do not have that mean you keep literally everything, because you will run out of space. You will have too much shit just laying around. I would say keep, like, maybe 2 PCs back, at most, would be my recommendation in that specific realm. And yeah, the only reason I've had to buy RAM in a solid amount of time was once because a couple of the sticks died, so I just got a whole new set so that they paired properly. And there was no weird fiddle between various sticks. And I wasn't sure if the other sticks were gonna die too. And then there was the time where I upgraded from, I believe it was DDR4 to DDR5. Those have been the only times in the last good long while that I have bought new RAM. Oh yeah, if you're expanding the amount you have, that is also a good reason. It's really feeling like Meridian's just not working out from the angle we're in here from. Because the tube sends me to a place I don't want to be, because I can't seem to do anything down there. And I can't find any way to go anywhere from here other than the tube. So I think there might be a part of this process missing. Or this place just sucks. That's entirely possible. Honestly, for a lot of situations, you don't really need more than 32 gigs of RAM anyway. Like, there's only a handful of use cases where more than 32 significantly matters. And that's usually in, like, the heavy multitasking territory. Also, the bitrate's back to normal now. No idea what happened there. Things transpired. The world may never know. Okay. There's a path there. Okay, it's above me, but this is a entrance to this section that I'm in right now, not an exit. So wait a damn minute then. Can I even get back out? Yes, I can. I was gonna say, one would figure you'd have to be able to get back out, but there's no guarantee of that. Because if they intended for me to be down in Meridia right now from that specific angle, then there would be reason for them to not have an exit from there. Yeah, exactly. You have one of those use cases where it matters. And if I actually follow through on the wild dream I have to start working in 3D more, I will more than likely want a solid amount of memory for that as well. And I believe video editing's another good one for having high amounts of memory. And obviously certain games as well do benefit from having a lot of memory. Memory hogs like Minecraft come to mind for that. So that's nowhere near as bad as it used to be. Because I think even modded Minecraft has gotten its memory madness mostly under control. Where I think most of them still only recommend like 8 to 12 instead of needing like holy shit amounts of memory. Of course, there was also a time where a lot of us would have considered 8 to 12 gigs of memory to be holy shit, but that's a whole other discussion in which I turn to dust once more. Yeah, that tracks. Windows likes to hold on to things. Okay, so right or wrong, I'm turning around. And I'm gonna go back around, potentially going back into Meridia from the other angle. Not necessarily immediately. There are a couple things we can do with Speed Booster now that we have it. Weren't those the days? Weren't those the days? Plenty of people these days will look at you like you grew an extra head with sentences like that, but I understand. I don't remember what my first PC had because it was predominantly a hand-me-down. And I definitely didn't fucking understand much of anything about any of that at the time. I just knew it could do what I needed it to do. Ooh, and my dumb teenage brain still managed to nearly destroy the stupid thing. Oh, right, there was the thing above me in here that I saw the speed booster sign for. That was one of the things I was thinking about going and getting. That's fair. Even back then, I didn't go out that much, else I probably would have done much the same. Because I enjoyed fiddling with things that were broken. I just didn't have the interest or the drive to go out and go fetch them. So I would just take whatever happened to be laying around that was broken. Usually things that I broke myself, and worked on that. Yeah, that's how it works, yeah. a lot of repair shops start from a hobbyist because you've already got the inclination and you know what to do, so why not? Was it in here or was it before here that... Yeah, this wasn't the one that was underwater that was a problem. I'm having that short-term memory problem again, where I already forgot the thing that I was trying to get to. Like, I can envision the room. Oh, wait, yeah, it was the room we discovered how to get to in Criteria. That was the room I'm thinking of. So I've once again red herringed myself. Yeah, that's fair. Is it... If you're just showing up with computers like that, there's the easy assumption of... Is he stealing them? Or the question of, are they now addicted to doing these things? Is this a problem? We got this as well already, right? Yeah, we got this. This is why I wish things were marked on the map that you picked them up. It's nice that they show you where the items are. But unless I sit here and make an entire detailed notebook about where everything is and what I've touched, it's very easy for it to just disappear from memory, especially since we're on a lot of different topics today. Which, for the record, I'm far more interested in these topics than I am in random item number 47 that I did or didn't pick up. Especially since most of said items are just going to be more energy tanks, which I'm very interested in, and more missile tanks. You know, you remind me of my best friend from where I used to live, because he did the exact same thing. Complete with buying a bunch of musical instruments, though those ended up turning into cards and then turned into different things. There was a whole loop with that. Though, to be fair, you can always look at it this way as you turned something into the money instead of spending out-of-pocket money to get those things. Like, yes, it would have been nice to have saved that money and still, to this day, have it, probably. But you technically didn't spend much money getting those things. So you're still up compared to most people that would have gotten into those hobbies. That's fair, because who's got the time to work with all of those things and keep that constant and current? That too, yeah, space is an eternal issue. Did I want to take the detour to Brinstar, or did I want to go this way? Which elevator led to that? I'm familiar with how that works. Not something I can say I ever did, but I definitely could think of things that I had that I would have considered that for. Apparently I just cannot get enough speed in this hallway here to go through this quicker. Well, do it that way then. So I want to say where I want to go to do what I'm talking about is over on this side. Alright, Natra, good luck with work. Continuing on. I want to say this elevator will be convenient enough for what we're doing. I may very well have wanted to go to the left-hand elevator all the way over there, but it's fine. And of course, as we talked about last time, modern mapping definitely has made my retention for where things are much worse than it ever used to be. Because I could definitely have just, like, kept most of this map in memory once upon a time. And modern mapping is obviously not the entire reason for it, but it is definitely a part of the problem. Isn't this... Yeah, this is not accessible yet. That's for after going through all the bosses. Which, actually... Is that active at the... No, we're missing one. We're missing at least one, rather. There's at least one obvious one we have not done. I will not elaborate further for anybody who somehow does not know how this plays out. I didn't lose them, they're just covered in metal right now. Welcome in, Hato. Even dragons don't usually breathe in space. I say usually because some of us can. I'm not one of those lucky ones. Did I ever... Is there actually anything down there? Because I can see that there's a room down there. But it looks like there's no means of accessing it there. I mean, it's not necessarily heavy metal. Though heavy's relative. That depends on how well you can lift it. Okay, no, this is the one that doesn't go through the wall. Oh, I wasted my time. Well, the short version is Samus here received a distress call from a station she had literally just dropped off a Metroid, which is an alien species that harvests energy from anything it attaches to that the Federation was going to try to use to make a better energy source. Turns out, Metroid got stolen immediately upon it getting dropped off there. We came down to this planet to go get it back. A lot more has happened since then. There's your short version of everything that is currently happening. Said singular Metroid is a result of the previous game and was recapped at the end there. That's a shame for you. Sounds like you'll just have to go pick up the manual. I know, that's why I just immediately went nope. Because see, for you to ask for me to repeat means you know I said it. Which means you probably were listening. So I could have just as easily not answered the question. And who would know? Yeah, I forgot the middle elevator just goes nowhere because that's meant to be your initial tutorial area and then nothing else in that segment matters. We want to go this way. This should lead to where I'm trying to go. And indirectly, we'll eventually end up back in Meridia. There's a few areas with a lot of grass, yeah. Then there's gonna be an area with a lot of stone. No, not really. Despite being a creature that can fly, heights are usually my biggest concern. It's one of those ironic situations, really. Just for sake of showing this. There goes that crystal. And you'll note we have 2 left now. I couldn't remember if there was one that had gotten done already. That depends on what a Durg even is. There are a lot of species that are dragon adjacent, and I cannot keep track of all of them. The usual answer is a lot less than people think, but more than anyone would like to be. I mean, there's a lot of those, too, to be fair. And one could easily argue that the difference between them is kind of irrelevant. Yeah, where I'm trying to go is where that blue square is down there. So we can go fetch whatever that was, and then we'll go back into Meridia through this way. We should be able to get 2 more things from that side. No one recommended me this specifically. This is something I had put up as a goal to end up playing last month, so we're playing it because of that sub-goal, but this is one of the most well-known Super Nintendo games, so this was kind of an inevitability that this was going to happen at some point. It's also one of the games that is the progenitor of the genre that I play the most. Not necessarily. Like, they chose to fund it, but I chose to put it forward as an option. It was kind of a both deal there. Like, they chose to gift the subs to make the game happen, because they wanted to see the game, yes. Go down here, through this tube, all the way across, down the hole. Which, on a similar note, the current sub-goal of Zelda 2 is still in play. That sub-goal does still exist. Currently, y'all just need 16 more points to get to that, if anybody wants to see that game happen. Which, if you don't, I understand. That game is definitely a case of mixed results, but... yeah, every subscription is worth 1 point in and of itself. A tier 2 is worth 2 points, and a tier 3 is worth 3 points. You can either have it be unique subscriptions or points, because I know there's at least one out there that tends to subscribe at a higher tier. I went for the points because it would be easier for y'all to reach. And it's also a little more consistent number-wise than unique subscription number, usually, in my experience. So I'm trying to make it as fair as possible so y'all have the best chance of hitting these goals. Without y'all having to spend more money than you have to. This way I come out of it able to keep things going properly, and y'all don't have to pay too much out of pocket. That's what I do almost every day. Mondays and Tuesdays right now are for things that have been funded, but the rest of the week is whatever the hell I want. And the things that have been funded are running out, so pretty soon it'll be a full week of whatever the hell I want again. And that's not to say that I've been opposed to much of what has ended up getting funded anyway. As I've talked about before, these are mostly things I've wanted to do anyway. The funding just makes it a more likely option and moves them up the lineup. Exceptions being, like, all the Final Fantasies we've been doing were never gonna happen without the purchasing happening. And the fact that the Dark Souls series has been solo is the odd part out for that. That was more likely to have ended up a collaborative series with someone than me ever playing it solo outside of that situation. No. I'm saying I would have done it with someone else if I had chosen to just do it. But it being by myself is because of the fact that y'all funded that playthrough happening. And because that was not part of the original arrangement, I have kept it to being just me for those. There was a thought process in mind of potentially asking a couple of different specific people to have done the whole series at one point, but it was low priority. These are things that I had kept in mind this entire time. This is the first time I'm revealing any of this. Not because it was secret, but because I just didn't really bother to bring it up. Because most of the time this was far enough out in the planning that I did not want people to get excited and then have it not happen. Because I hadn't even, like, settled on who was going to be the choice and everything for that, for example, so... Same reason I don't announce who's going to be in the weekly collabs or anything until the thing is happening. Is people end up not being able to make it and things like that. This is the X-ray scope. It shows me any hidden blocks or things through walls and things like that. Like, it's showing me that this is a speed booster tile up there that I'm looking at, for example, so I know that I need to do a specific move called a Shine Spark to launch myself up to get that item. Which, for what that is, not worth the effort. That's just a missile expansion up there. I've got 85 missiles currently. I don't really need that. And considering the positioning, a Shine Spark for that would be a big pain in my ass, and is not worth the time or effort. That Super Missile container there, though, I'm more interested in. I'm trying to figure out how I'm meant to get to that. Which I'm starting to think might be from the right. Now, even with the gravity suit, your physics underwater are ever so slightly weird. So it's kind of a nuisance to get around down here, but it's better than if I didn't have this suit. Yeah, I should have trusted the X-ray scope. Okay. The X-ray scope does not lie to you at all. It is correct every time. But it's habit for me to just drop a power bomb to check places. Because the power bomb destroys basically anything and everything that is destructible on the screen. I say just about anything because it doesn't, like, always kill every enemy, for example. There's variation there. Because it does only do so much damage. This is suspicious. Hello, random dead-end room. Uh-huh. Secret passageway. Personally, no. I do not like fish. There are some shellfish I'll eat, but regular, like, in the sea fish? No. Not for me, boss. This passageway is a waste of my time. You keep thinking that you can do things like that. Just keep right on believing that. Now, thankfully, us looping around like that, not really the biggest deal. So, slight waste of my time, but we have map data now, so there's that at least. Did I grab what was over here already? Yeah, I did. We got that a long while ago. Because that was back when we first had Ice Beam that I went and got that. Or that was Ice Beam itself. I actually don't remember. It really just doesn't matter. Now back to this nuisance of a room. Population thinks they're gonna try to knock you into these carnivorous flowers that will try to eat you. Like this. There we go. Thankfully, we have so many energy tanks at this point that they really aren't a threat, they're just a nuisance. Because you can't jump out of them until you stun them by hitting them enough. Unsuccessful vor, but yes, technically. There we go. Back on track for where we're supposed to be going. That's assuming I'm even going the right way to begin with, which... It is, in fact, a direction I can go, therefore I will go this way. Yeah, until proven otherwise. Still bugs me how I get up here. Never did X-ray scope this general vicinity to figure that out. It's an exit point. Now you may be wondering, well, how do you know that? It's because of the specific block pattern there. Blocks that are like that one on the left, you can shoot and break. Blocks like this, you fall through when you step on them. That's how you know the difference. And considering how obvious that block was, well, you know, probably could have went that way a long time ago. I don't know if you can really call nerd on that one when it's something the game teaches you. That we all learned along the way last week. Spacer beam. That makes this laser do that. It's a weird one, but it's useful. It's also, I think, the only 100% optional beam upgrade in the game? Now instead of having just one singular beam, we have 3. And we just have one more beam upgrade to go get. And then we'll be the strongest we can be. At least as far as beams go. We already have the highest defense we can get because we have both suits. We have the best jumping we can get other than eventually finding space jump. I don't have a 100% plan. Like, obviously, Dark Souls is still on the schedule for tomorrow. Beyond that, I have not made a plan yet. That's gonna be very much play it by ear how I feel those days. Oh, if only. On the bright side, with the preparation I'm doing, tomorrow should go relatively smoothly. Keyword relatively smoothly. Some of you do. Come on, do the wall jump, Samus. You did it a second ago. There you go. Nope, do better. Oh, right, the crab keeps looping through there. Right, there we go. Just quickly pop up here, just to show off the fact that this is a room we were in already. Because it's kind of funny how that loops around. 91, I think? 1991, that is? It was on the title screen, but I don't remember off the top of my head. It was like 91, 92, I want to say. So either the year I was born or the year before it. Or, I should say, the year I was born or the year after it, rather. It's weird playing something my age. That is what I'm called, yes. This is nothing new. Dang, kids. Thinking just because I'm old means I can't game no more. Just because they're not wrong doesn't mean I ain't unhappy about it. You just block everything, huh? Why? Oh. Eh. Everybody knows how chess works. Most people aren't any good at it, but they know how chess works. Now, chess 2. Chess 2 is the interesting thing. That somewhat works. That logic somewhat tracks. Because usually being older means having had more practice with something. That does not always mean you do better at it, though. Nope, I have other places to be. I did not make it, though. And there have been many doors, so I have no idea which door you're even talking about. No, 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 no. Nope. Oh, Samus, why'd you stop spinning? Well, we'll be back there in a minute. Once I climb back up again. That sure is a door right there. Anyway. Now, there's nothing there. I know there's nothing there. Because the map tells me there's nothing there. Oh. Ah, stupid floaty water effects. Also, do remember that I do have a strict no backseating policy, and what you're doing there, that's backseating. You get one more try, and then you'll be taking a day off. That is correct. If you had read the rules when you came in, you would know that. Understand that I do not hesitate to ban people for that. And even though I know you, I will ban you anyway. I have made myself clear. God damn it. We're gonna be here for a minute because, unfortunately, the grapple beam is very specific. I can only fire it at those particular angles. And then you add the water physics on top of that, it just turns into a whole thing. Case in point, where it ends up hitting just a pixel above and not work. Even though that should have been a good recovery. Alright, Hato, you take care. Eventually, I will succeed in making these swings happen. Oh yeah, I forgot, you can also do a full spin if you do it right. There's no real reason to do the full spin, but it's fun. Whee! Like, you can also just kind of launch yourself across like that if you do it right. I'd be better served grabbing the second platform across and doing that if I'm gonna try to go that route. Which, if I could grab that second platform successfully, we would have been there already. Yeah, as a reminder for everybody as to why the no backseating rule exists, among many reasons. Part of it is a matter of keeping situations like the hey streamer, hey streamer, hey streamer, hey streamer, do this! When I know full well that the thing they're asking me to do is pointless. Scenario from happening. And if I listened to everything people asked me to do, I would get nothing done. But everybody does their streams differently. There are plenty of people that are receptive to being asked things or being told things. And there's nothing really wrong with either strategy. We just all do things our own way. Oop. Aha! Didn't even need to scope that. There was just a hole in the wall. Oh, actually, I can just do this. Fine, if you all want to participate, most of you will die. There we go. I think I recognize this. Nothing there. Okay, then it must be, like, going down through the floor? Yep. Which is why he's here. He's here to cover that gap in the floor. See, now this was a worthwhile path, because it gave me two things. Now, there's a downside to this, potentially. Because I've now got two options. Actually, no. This is definitely the better option. I was gonna say, I have two options. I either go down on the hole and go back to that big room we were in earlier, or I climb back out. I, for some reason, thought that hole was deeper than it was. And I guess I could just always have X-ray scope selected, actually, unless I need something else. I just prefer to have nothing selected out of habit. So I can't end up, like, wasting missiles or anything. And I can't use the beam and the missiles at the same time anyway. Which, you know, that much makes sense, because they're all firing out of the same cannon. It'd be kind of weird if you could just fire everything whenever. Okay, no, that is the roof. Okay. Understood. Now we're on the other side of the wall from where we had went down the tube. And it looks like there's a whole lot of fucking nothing here. Well, that's annoying. Nothing there either. And what is the point to this segment over here? I guess the point could just be, hey, this exists. That is unfortunately a reality that does exist. Aha! So if I keep at it at the current pace, I don't know if we're gonna actually finish this today. He says wishing he knew a way to actually actively choose to pick up the pace, but you know. This does provide us with a problem. Technically 2 problems. Or could that be 3? There's a few problems. We'll go with a few problems, because Meridia here is just generally a blind spot for me. Everywhere else I had had some decent memory of, and Wrecked Ship's pretty straightforward, so that one wasn't much of an issue. Meridia is a little weird, so I'm having a little bit of trouble making head or tail of where I'm going here. Hence the very heavy use of the X-ray scope around here. This is probably the key to the problem right here. Is this looks like it'll connect me up to the rest of the area pretty much. Is it's always the floor. It's always the goddamn floor. Like, it's just a patch of floor you just don't happen to shoot at, and then suddenly, oh hey, that's the answer to the riddle. I do think it's a thing that they maybe over-rely on a little bit. But it is what it is. With the way these levels are designed, there's only so many directions you could have the player go. So the floor kind of has to get used a decent amount, otherwise you're not going anywhere. That is a very silly noise they make. Oh, I cycled too far. I was like, why do I still have beam? And yeah, this is something else the grapple beam can do, you know, when it feels like doing it and doesn't just get stuck for some reason. There we go. wanted to get rid of him so he wouldn't cause me issues. We do have ads about to kick in. Really now? That didn't work, huh? Okay. Oh, it's a speed booster hole underneath it. God damn it. So, you know, all of that, pointless. Everything I just did, utterly pointless. All it does is teach you that this is a whole long Shine Spark launch that you have to do to get whatever's up there. Which, on the bright side, the spot you're gonna use it is obvious, because you just aim for this tube right here. The issue being these little lights on the landscape. Well, there's two issues, really, and I'm just gonna go ahead and do this while the ads run. So I'm still having that issue where my shine sparking doesn't always work. And rather than waste everybody's time... Of course, you little son of a bitch. I think I'm trying to do it too early. I think shine sparking in this might just be further than I think it is, and that's what's getting me all fucked up. So I might need to do it from in this doorway. Just for extra leeway. Yep, there we go. Yeah, because you need to turn yellow before you do it. That's the thing. I'm used to just a much shorter distance. Son of a bitch. Those are super missiles. I want those. Hang on, doing it again. Oh, the excitement. Yeah, look at that. You run the entire room and it's not good enough. It's kind of ridiculous. There we go. Now remember to jump the gap in the middle this time. At least till after we grab this. Now I'm obviously prioritizing super missile pickups over regular missiles because super missiles do a lot more damage. Super missiles are kind of your answer to like everything, aside from if you have plasma. Though plasma doesn't solve everything either. That's a whole other conversation. I'm gonna just spend the remainder of the ad time just collecting a recharge here, probably. I guess that is actually a spot where shine sparking is required, though, because you have to shine spark to get up there, and I don't think there's any other way to get up to this hallway. So that's interesting. I'm just gonna, like, get all my resources back. I think I have everything back now, because they're not dropping anything. Yeah, 2 sets of them didn't drop anything. We're full. So do I go down or do I go up from here? Seems like up. Maybe not. Oh, it's because this is not the hallway I thought it was. I thought this was the hallway above me. The one that was leading over to where presumably you go to the boss from. Well, theoretically, the ad is still running based on the other timer, so I'm gonna get up for a second, go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back then. Okay, now everyone should be back from ads. So welcome back. All you missed was me making it up the tube to this room that I'm currently trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do in. But I had walked away to the bathroom, so obviously not full progress in this room quite yet. I assume it's either a case of we go down or up. You know, the obvious answers. Just a matter of figuring out where I do either. And that's assuming this isn't just like a long recharge room, though there's that guy that keeps popping out of the ground here too. Just in this really small space for some reason. There, he's dead. Does he have a friend? Is he alone? He was alone. And now he will forever be alone in eternity. Well, I guess let's test theory number one is, do I drop down through any of these? Nope, this one just is pain. Okay, so all of those go to floor. Power bomb for shits and giggles. I thought I saw something weird over here for a second. That may have just been one of them in the wall getting hit. Nope, that's just ceiling. And I hit the ceiling there already. Huh. This might have just been a recharge room. This room might just be pointless. Other than giving you a recharge. Which then means shine sparking is not necessary, which tracks with the usual mentality. Yeah, because you would have figured that if there was an entrance in there, it would have been in the middle of that jump spot, and there isn't anything there, so we're leaving. That makes me feel a little bit better. It's generally their logic is that you don't have to do anything like that outside of like a randomizer requiring it of you. That does, however, bring us to the problem of, then why is the save room here? We also didn't check the save room passages, did we? No, there isn't any. But I checked it now. Oh, Twitch. You just do whatever the hell you want, don't you? Because now I'm sitting here at like 8,000 bitrate and I'm like, I never set it to that. It's only 4,000. And yet, according to the dashboard, we're sitting at 7,867. Like, I'm pretty sure I don't need to be stressed about that, but it bothers the shit out of me that I set a setting and then my settings get ignored. Okay, there are dudes down there, so yep, there we go. I was gonna say, so presumably there's a way down there if there's those little bouncy guys there. I'm taking him with me. He's my friend now. Goodbye, friend. Enjoy sand. Oh, I have found the spot where it sucks me down, apparently. Boy. Hopefully this doesn't just deposit me where we were before, haha. Okay, no, this is a different place. So this was the problem here the whole time, I guess, is it was just another you have to go through the floor in the right spot scenario. Shocking. Ah, fucking sand. Sucks. I understand why Anakin hates it. Ah. There we go. Item. Whoa, boulders. Huh. Fucking what, mate? Because remember, this game doesn't have ledge grabbing. So what the fuck am I doing here? It's gotta be, like, further to the left then, right? Like, I climb up over there? Or not? Okay, it's just a reserve tank over there, it looks like. Another one would be nice, though. How the fuck do you get that, though? The only thing I can think of is one of... Well, there's two things I can think of. And both of them are going to be kind of miserable to do. So I'm probably not going to do either of them. From our current condition and position, the only things I could think of to do would be to do a long bomb jump, so like from the floor down there and just bomb jump my way up, which would be a huge pain in my ass and probably not worth it for just a reserve tank and a singular missile tank. Since the X-ray scope shows me there's no paths up here, so I know for a fact that it's not just squeeze through the wall and go somewhere. The other alternative being doing a really crazy, like, mid-air morph ball, but since that's at the ceiling, I don't think that's even possible. So the only move then would be to do a bomb jump up to there, and that's just disgusting. I don't remember if this game has spring ball. Yeah, to hell with this. I'm not dealing with it. Now, unfortunately, I do think I'm gonna have to let myself be pulled down through the floor here, assuming there is a place where you get pulled down through the floor. So I don't really know if I can go back. About that whole getting pulled through the floor thing, that doesn't seem to be the case here, so that's concerning. Is there a hole in the wall right here? No. We already looked at the higher part of the wall. So how do you get in the room to the left of me? Considering the little offshoot there, it may very well be a matter of you were supposed to go into the ceiling in that room right above the M. Then... Okay. I guess we're gonna have to somehow go back up. Which is presumably why this is here. What? The fuck am I doing here? The only way out of this room, as far as I can tell, is going back up, and that's not possible. Which means I obviously have to be missing something. That they don't... This game does not soft lock you. Outside of incredibly rare circumstances. Now, this could be one of those rare circumstances. But I don't think so. We already established that there's no, like, path down through the sand here. Except there is. And I just somehow missed it before. But I don't understand how I missed it. considering I walked across all of the sand. Eh? And we already established that that path way over there on the right is a one-way path, so we know we can't go that way. So I have to go back around again. I'm learning more and more why people tend to avoid going to Meridia when they do randomizers. Because almost every group I remember watching have this as part of like an archipelago or anything like that tends to groan a bit when Meridia ends up being where they have to go. As expected, there's nothing in the ceiling there. I figured I'd check that while we were passing through here, so it's not getting up there through that. It's not going through the floor of the save room. As far as I could find, there wasn't a hidden passage between those two rooms above me. So mystery answer C, D, or E must be the answer then. Either through the room that has the dot adjacent to it, diagonally, or the one above that room has to then be how I access this blue room above me. Which is more than likely largely irrelevant. I'm both happy and not that I have had such a success rate with sleuthing out where a bunch of different items are, by the way. I would rather have sleuthed out where my next progression thing is at the current rate of things. I also forgot that this is pointless to go this way as far as we could tell. Just gonna check the ceiling around here just for shits and giggles. Yep, and there's our daily Monday disconnect. Connect from chat. Longer this time than usual, though, so that's upsetting. We're back now, though. So hopefully nobody said anything in the, like, 2 seconds that we were disconnected. So I have to take the elevator back up. The problem with taking the elevator back up is then I end up stuck there, don't I? That means that the elevator must lead somewhere that I can actually do something from. And that's where the confusion's been this entire time. Because there must be something I didn't check then. Which doesn't surprise me, because I've not been fully paying attention to what I'm fucking doing, because I'm too busy thinking about how much I dislike being underwater in here. Or despite having the gravity suit. And before anybody makes it, oh, he hates this game, I didn't like the underwater section of Fusion either. I think I just don't like underwater sections. Which again, despite the existence of the gravity suit, they do tend to be just kind of annoying. We never did figure out what the deal with this room was, either. What the fuck is going on with this room? Like, I have to assume there's some manner of puzzle to this. Or there's something else I need to do before I'm allowed to go through this door. Cut to the point where I find out that that door's supposed to open and it just isn't. But based on what we've done to this point, one of three things has to be true. A, this door has to be openable. B, I have to be able to access the whole area where the boss is from somewhere between here and that save room to the upper right of me. Or, the third answer, it's accessed from the left of that tube directly under me where that item is, crossing over. Those are the three options that I see being true here, predicated on the fact that that tube below me, the one that we learned was a one-way path, is in fact a one-way path, which we've proven before when we tried to go up from there. Because of that being a one-way path, one of these has to be an access point, because we already disproved that the little point where all those flying bugs went nowhere. The odds of there being another hallway stacked above or below that without it being connected from that room is highly unlikely. And we already checked, I believe, too, so it has to be here somewhere. And since I cannot figure out what that door's unlock condition is, I'm going to assume there's something else involved here, other than going through that door. Now, I could easily be barking up the wrong tree and be here an extra, hour because of the fact that I don't understand how to open that door. That is a possibility. And it's possible that there's some, nonsense to sliding down the sand here to get us to where we're going as well. Which we will go that route again when I establish that there's no other options. Which I feel like I've done already, but I'm gonna just double checking for my sanity here, so bear with me. You'll also note that I have not resorted to looking things up yet. That's because I understand that the confusion I'm dealing with right now is how this game's meant to work. That is what these are designed to do, is to make you look around and try to find the route, rather than it being a failing on their part to tell you where you're supposed to be going. Sometimes you just have to find it. Nothing there. And in the stove. Oh, that's a problem. That right there is a problem. That then leaves the sand tunnel? Or I missed something. Or the door. Which it's also possible that whatever that item in the upside down J up there is what I need to solve this mystery. But I can't think of an item in these games that would solve that. We are missing two misc items. But I'm 90% sure I know what both of them are off the top of my head, and neither of them would solve this problem. Actually, I don't know. I don't think I know what both of them are, but I'm guaranteeing that I know what one of them is. I'm probably forgetting an upgrade that's usually not important. Is the last boot item, I know what that is that's gonna be Space Jump. The last beam is Plasma, as we all know. One of the two misc items is Screw Attack, but I don't remember what the other misc item is. but I don't think it would be anything that would solve the handful of problems we've been running into here. That said, Space Jump could solve this problem, because it would allow me to go up through the sand. So that could be what I'm supposed to be finding around here, and that might be what's up in that bit up there? Because that's tall enough a room that Space Jump would get you back out of it. So that could be the entire problem. So let's go back over there and find our way to that room. I needed a second to chew on this thought, but I think we might be there now. I think we might have got it. But that's logic you can only really use if you already knew what the items were. That said, you can still use the baseline of that logic, you just couldn't use knowledge of what the item is as part of the logic is the thing. Like, the obvious logic of, oh hey, there's an area I haven't been to, and I am theorizing I need something, I should probably go to the area I haven't been to. Problem is, we did establish that there was a problem with getting into that room, didn't we? I keep forgetting I can't X-ray in the air. So I'm assuming I'm not meant to, like, check for something there. Yeah, see, the problem is that's another sealed door. So am I doing something out of order, or is that an exit from the room? And I, like, enter it above here somewhere. Why is this place such a pain in my ass? Samus, you... This is why I don't like the wall jumps in these games, is because it's very easy to turn just, like, a slight bit too early and just lose your ability to wall jump at all. What the... Did anybody else just hear that door open? Even though I can't open that door? The fuck? Ah? I opened it but didn't open it. The fact that we've now run into 2 locked doors, though, worries me a bit. God fucking... Like, there's something I should have done that I haven't done because I don't know I'm supposed to have done it scenario. Like, I'm doing something out of order because I don't know any better to not do it out of order type deal. Why is it that last wall jump that's being a pain in my ass? There we go. I'm 90% sure we checked all this already. Me as well, so it's just like, why did I even come up here? The answer is I'm running out of ideas. It's the fact that I'm now confronted with 2 locked doors makes it pretty obvious that I have to go around somehow. But how do I go around? Am I stupid? I'm feeling stupid right now. Time for the mind palace again of racking my brain where else I can even go. Which is gonna be slightly extra complicated because I can't look at the maps of the other fucking areas. the amount of connecting points next to the sand tunnel does make me think I'm meant to use the sand tunnel to get where I'm going. And it may be another case of I'm supposed to morph ball down in where the flying bugs in the bottom of that one sand tunnel are, much like we did to get through that other one. And that could be the entire problem. And I just, like, five-headed my way into wasting my time over here. But the fact that the X-ray scope doesn't show those as paths is what bugs me there. It's like, we know that this is a path. Is there anything else in here? No. Game design. Yeah, and I've now morph balled around down here, and there's no path here. None of these go anywhere. So that rules this out. This is not the answer. That only leaves us with a couple remaining options in this area. One, the area I thought was a one-way path is actually not a one-way path, and I've driven myself on the longest red herring journey I could possibly have done, which is not outside of the realm of possibility. I missed a path, which is not outside the realm of possibility. Or it's attached to that hallway that has the gap between it and the area we're trying to get to. Those are the only remaining options now. We have narrowed down another option that is not the case. But the hallway itself is also a mystery in that, do I get up into it from the big room I was in before and I just missed the angle for it? Or do I get down into it from up here? It's unlikely to be getting down into it from up here because of the fact that we were already in there and we scanned around through this whole room to the left of me. But can I just say that this entire section feels like it's dedicated to wasting your time? And I think that's why this area frustrates me so much. Is because it just loops in on itself, it's just going around in a lot of pointless circles, and it loves to drop you down holes to make you do a section again. Like, every game has its low point, and I think we're in it right now. Also, this was the easier way to get around to where we were fucking about over here before. So I now have a decision to make. Specifically, how I get back where we were. And I think literally my only way back is to go literally all the way back around. Which, I'll say it right now, if this is designed expecting you that if you fuck up that you have to go all the way back around, back into Brinstar every time, that's terrible. Which is why I have to assume there's another way. I just have no idea where. It is at this point where I'm genuinely pondering whether I should just pull up a map of Meridia. For sake of this not taking exponentially longer than it needs to. But I don't really want to do that. Because as I mentioned before, that flies in the face of what these were meant to be. It's the same reason why I very rarely look up maps for most Metroidvanias unless I've really encountered, like, the most miserable sticking point or I'm trying to find every single thing. Like, once you're down to granularity, like 100%ing something, I'm happy to look up maps because then I will find every single thing that way. Because there are almost always, like, secrets that are going to be just, like, a miserable bitch to try to find on your own. Like, it's a big part of why I don't usually 100% things, because of the fact that 100%ing things usually involves at least one needlessly laborious pain-in-the-ass thing that will then make me not enjoy the game afterwards. Like, situations like that are what genuinely made me not do that anymore. Like, I don't remember the specific examples anymore as to exactly what games made me not have any interest in 100%ing anything anymore. But there are definitely multiple cases that caused that to be the thing that happened. And considering some of the few games I ever 100% completed were the Game Boy and DS Castlevanias, you can kind of guess where the issues there were. I don't think those were the specific things that caused the problem. I believe some of them did have things that were really annoying to do to get 100% in them, though. Like trying to get 100% map and things like that. And some of the bestiary drops being ick. Just purely because of the drop rate. What's the answer in here again? There we go. I think part of my issue with Meridia so far is the fact that I feel like I've accomplished nothing in the past, like, hour and a half. Because that's kind of what Meridia has felt like so far, is I've just been dicking around because of the fact that I cannot do anything meaningful in that place. Without it being a whole to-do. And there could easily just be an interaction I'm forgetting about, and that's the fucking problem, too. I don't know. Like, this is definitely, I would say, one of the poster children, I suppose I should say, to make it sound better, of this is a very short game if you know what's going on in the slightest, and it can be an incredibly long game otherwise. Oh great, even Morph Ball, I got zapped anyway. Love that for me. I can't always put my finger on what it is that makes me stop enjoying the exploration of something. Like, obviously, we've talked about feeling like there's meaningful reward for your exploration. Which, people laud the Metroid games for their exploration a lot. And I cannot entirely agree with that. Purely on the basis of your reward for exploration not being that interesting most of the time. Like, you tend not to get anything more than just number go up. You get more missiles, you get more energy tanks, you get more bombs, you get more. And that's good. But my point has always been that it's not the remarkable thing that people make it out to be. In its time, especially for this one, for example, it was remarkable. But it is no longer that, I think, is the key point to that point. Like, back in its era, it was shocking enough that you had a game that let you explore as much as this does to begin with. And don't get me wrong, there are a couple optional things out there that are more than just more tanks, more missiles, etc. Like the Spazer, I'm pretty sure is, like I said before, completely optional, as is the X-ray scope. Even though both are very, very helpful. I have no idea why it's called the Spazer Beam. I never did find out what the reason behind that name choice is. Considering its era, it may also be pronounced differently and be a problem. We're just gonna stick to the pronunciation we're going with, since it's spelled like laser. We're gonna just call it like that. And not worry about the potential alternative that may be a bad decision. Like, this may not seem like that bad a run back up until you consider the rooms involved. Like this fucking room. Because if you do take the right elevator, it's not the longest trip in the world, though some of these rooms are very unnecessarily long for the amount of times apparently you're gonna have to be going back through them. Just to get back to where you're supposed to be. But this brings me back to the same discussion I've had with both Dark Souls and this previously. In that they have a decent way of teaching you a lot of things, but they are games that very heavily improve upon a replay. And I feel like a lot of people's view of them is built upon that rather than the first time experience. Which makes it difficult to judge these things appropriately. I hope I'm explaining my thought process well enough there. I cannot guarantee that I am. Uh-huh. Excuse me, sir. Found the mystery of at least getting to this room, which may very well lead to the answers to the rest of the mystery. Turtles. Oh boy. I don't know how I'm meant to be getting up here, but this is how I'm getting up here, I guess. I hate the way you could just end up out of the spin like that. It's the worst thing. Okay, there's just an energy tank up there. But I would like that. I would very much like that energy tank. Samus, why aren't you jumping? Oh, right, because it's a Super Nintendo game, and they're bad at slopes. Fucking whore. Oh? Hi. Oh, is that the key to this whole situation here? Are you the answer? Am I meant to, like, freeze you or something? No, it doesn't seem like I can freeze you. I can, however, get on top of... Ah! Okay. That's clever, at least. Because that gets you to the right height to then grapple to it without having to do the whole wall jump that I did. If you're at the right angle. Over here, please. See, that is something I'll give this game credit for. They do a lot of clever things like that. Got it. I didn't want to trust to try to do a spin around, but that was the only move I had. There we go. Okay, at least we've got another energy tank to work with for the inevitable other problematic fight we'll have. Of which, admittedly, there's two fights I'm afraid of coming up. And, well, really, I think... No, they're not quite the only other fights left. There's one fight I'm not that concerned about, and then there's two fights I'm very concerned about. Also, you might be hearing thunder, because it sounds like we have another storm on our hands. Which explains why it's not been as hot today. Are these, like, just not killable or something? It seems like nothing I have works on them. They might need plasma. Hopefully y'all have been enjoying watching me puzzle these things out. I know it can be a long process at times. Oh, speaking of, see how my shot stays in the air while you have the X-ray scope out? there's some neat tricks you can do with that. I might show those off since I half understand how to do that, and it will make my life more convenient. Understand that that is a consideration, especially with how today has been going. On the note of the storm, also understand that there's a very real possibility my power may go out at any point. In addition to what I was talking about before, is the danger of the previous thing I was talking about has passed. Now that there's a storm, there's a whole new possibility in play again. Okay, I got to the remaining bit of map here, which is your failure state for this part. Joyous day! In theory, I almost did it. In theory, I can recover from this position. If I don't hit my head. Maybe I can't. Maybe this isn't as doable as I think it is. The things I do to try to avoid having to go back around again. Yeah, no, I think that just rockets me into the fucking ceiling. Fine, I'll go swing again. You know, y'all know how I've mentioned repeatedly that I really enjoy grappling hooks in games. Unfortunately, no matter how much I enjoy something, repetition will take that joy away from me. And having had to do this section so many times has definitely made me no longer interested in this grappling we have here. Like, as usual with situations like this, I'm not asking to never have to do it more than once or anything like that. I'm just asking to not have to do it so many times. Because I do feel like I've done it a lot. Yeah, because we went down through the floor there, and that's how we got into that whole area. Let me check up above here for a second, though. Oh, checking multiple areas above here, really. Because I feel like I checked all this already, considering that right there is how we found that item over here. I just want to make damn sure there wasn't like a tube down through the floor here or anything anywhere before I commit to going and checking the other bit. Eventually, if you check enough places, you will cause that whole last place you look scenario to happen, and you'll find what you're looking for. To see, this is one of those rare spots where that isn't a hole. But I wonder if this could end up having a scenario where you get, like, pushed through the floor by that guy landing on you if you just know how to break things well enough. Maybe. That'd be really funny if that was true. I feel like that would end up being a very, very specific scenario, though. But we come back to this room, and the fact that this room has to be necessary, arguably. Yeah, that drops you back down. And I say that purely on the basis of the fact that we have the save room in here. They've been very good about providing the save rooms where you need to be. Or even if it's not where you need to be, it's where they want you to be. That might be a better phrasing for it, because there have been a couple save rooms where it's technically not necessary to have gone over that way. But the save rooms are kind of like the breadcrumbs along the intended path, is a way to phrase it. Also, the bitrate's gone again. I'm starting to think it might be certain rooms just devour the bitrate, which that would track. Which, I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier. These are too far to wall jump up from. But I can, however, use wall jumps to make it a little bit easier. Did they design this just to be the biggest pain in the ass possible? Because boy, did they fucking succeed if they were. Really? That's definitely the room we haven't been in, is whatever's on the other side of this fuckery. And since this is a thing, I have to assume that this is necessary. It's just not very well thought out. Because the corners of the blocks here are a fucking menace. And your grapple beam half the time is just not fucking letting you grapple to the wall. Which doesn't fucking help. Look at this shit. Look how stuck Samus keeps getting. Like, make up your mind game. Do you want me to do stupid swinging, or do you want me to wall jump off of here? What the fuck do you want from me? Because I got bad news for you. I can't even fucking swing in these conditions. It also doesn't help when it just sometimes decides you can't grapple beam anymore. Because that just happened there. It just wouldn't activate for some reason. They're giving me so many reasons to enjoy this a lot less at this point. I gotta be honest. This is all proving to be a needless pain in my ass. And there's only so much leeway I can give on the concept of experimentation. Howdy, Charlotte. How's it going? Yes, clearly I didn't want my grapple beam to extend fully. Why would I want that? Why would I want the thing that I need to do its job? Oh, I'm doing fine, other than getting quite irritated with this section of the game, but that's just how these things work. Because half of the mechanics just don't want to work now. Case in point, I just cannot wall jump at the top there for some reason, even though I'm doing the exact same thing repeatedly. I get different results because it feels like being a pain in my ass. There, we're finally up here, and I have to assume this is the correct way to go. Yep, there's a bunch of Metroids here. This must be the path. Just go ahead and kill all of those. Don't need to deal with that. Thankfully, we have Ice Beam by this point, so Metroids are just a non-issue. Okay, where the hell do you want me going in here? Oh, you want me speed boosting. Okay, sure. Why not? Well, isn't that a weird thing? Hey, what do you know? Surprise! There is an ad playing, though, so I'm gonna go ahead and wait to deal with this fight till after the ad so people don't end up missing it. I need to refill my drink anyway, and getting up is probably a good idea with the fact that frustration is starting to build up a bit. As mentioned previously, today has been interesting. Not, like, overly bad, but it's one of those you get prodded just enough that you start getting into that just right mindset where things are more annoying than they need to be. Back in a moment. Okay. The other ad timer is still taking its sweet time, but I figured I at least may as well come back since I've already done what I got up to do. So I'll just check on a couple things while I wait. Thank you. Stuff went out from that. Oh yeah, I may as well talk about this. You're not really gonna see anything else from the archipelago I was in with the Dragon Council because I'm literally done as far as all my checks go there. I still haven't finished Final Fantasy Tactics with it, but there's literally just the final battle that it's sitting and waiting on. So, in case you missed any news about that, there's just nothing else that's gonna happen there. I'm not going to bother pulling it up on stream just to do the final battle. It's not going to take that long. Nor is it that big a deal. I had originally intended it to, but just, Considering the sectioning that would happen, it would just be way more effort than it's worth. We will be coming back from ads momentarily here. And then hopefully whatever we get from this ends up being what cracks our problems completely open. There we go. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. Time to fight a weird worm thing. Time to play Whack-A-Worm, actually. In fact, now that I look at this, because he's just popping up out of holes. He's almost dead already. I wonder, you know, I'm thinking about it, and I wonder if this is what Ceres was built off of for Fusion. Was this thing. Because they're similar. But with fast, worm-like creatures that exist underwater. Ceres just being a more detailed design because further along. Oh, there's an energy tank up there. Speed boosting, huh? Okay. Which is why you lot were here, is so that you could trip me up to keep me from speed boosting. Yeah, I figured this was gonna be mostly straightforward from here. And a hole. Yep. Knew there was gonna be one somewhere. There's a certain consistency of design in this series that you can either consider a positive or a negative. Where it's almost always a case of, if you've got a tunnel system like that, there's going to be a hole on your last jump right before where you're going. And there will either be a gap right next to it, or you're meant to jump above it in some way, shape, and or form. That's just one of those things they just love to do. Hey, buddy, can I just borrow your head? Thanks. Now I don't have to grapple my way up here. Except I still do, because there's still more. They really thought they hit well with this grapple beam, huh? And I really wish I could agree with that. I really do. But the fact that half the time when you're doing these vertical grapple sections, it just stops working. It's kind of hard to agree with that. Because you just start getting randomly, like, stuck instead of climbing up. It worked this time. I also forgot you could attack things with the grapple beam. Huh. How do I get to the left? Just realized. Well, at the same time, there doesn't appear to be an item in there, so why do I care? Answer, because there's probably a path I need to take over there, but we'll worry about it later if I need to. Yeah, they really just put, like, a lot of stock in this grapple beam. Yeah, that's clearly where I should have gone from that, yes. Video games. Sometimes I ponder whether they were a mistake. Case in point, when the grapple beam just shits itself again. This game did so many things right, and then there's just these things that just don't work well. But we have to remember that this was earlier on in the life cycle, so it makes sense that these problems exist. I just don't have to be happy with them. Especially when they do this to me, and now I have to redo this shit again because it just doesn't do what it's supposed to. Like, if there's any way to get out of that situation, I would love to know. Is I have tried every button combination I could think of to try to get Samus to adhere to the wall there, and it just doesn't. Just doesn't work. Just doesn't do shit. It also doesn't help when sometimes you do those spins that throw you very far forward, except they don't actually throw you forward at all. They just throw you straight into the air. I would love some consistency. And considering the way people run this game, you would think that these things would actually be consistent. But I start to assume that people just learn to deal with the inconsistency so much that they don't notice that it's inconsistent anymore. So what is my prize for all of my effort? Answer, still nothing yet. It's based on the fact that this is a save and a recharge. There must be something very bad up ahead. In that it is very near where the boss is. Presumably we like fall down underneath here or something. Hope I don't need full super missiles for this one. Okay. Oh, that's why. I was like, why am I not getting that? Because I hadn't broken the block yet. You're telling me that I did all of that just to get a save and recharge and another missile expansion that I probably don't need. Aha. And there's no path behind that block, as far as the X-ray scope tells me, so... Oh, right. Right, this is the fake spike room. See, this is at least funny. You wouldn't know that these spikes are fake unless you scan them with the X-ray scope and realize there's nothing there. And then you drop down here. Forgot all about that bit. It's been a mixed bag as far as progress there goes, Tara. And congratulations on the 20 stream streak. Hope all's well. Oh yeah, it's this bit. Okay. How do I hurt you again? Do I wait? Is that the thing? Yeah, there you go. There's what I'm supposed to be shooting. I think I can do that with this fight, or where's the grapple beam that I'm supposed to use to break this? Nope, there we go. I think I did it right. But I think I needed to have held it longer. Or is it spam it? Is the trick? I don't remember. You're lucky I'm facing the wrong way, or I would shoot you so much right now. Is there something I can actually do about this, or am I just... There we go. I guess I needed to have stopped charging and started wiggling more to break free of that. Great, I'm facing the wrong way again. Let go. Yeah, it is just wiggle out. Okay. Have you noticed that a lot of these bosses love to spam projectiles so you can't actually hit them with super missiles efficiently? So I've noticed. They're very good at just eating those missiles. And of course, for those who haven't figured it out, the whole gimmick to this fight is those slowing projectiles so it can then grab you and then slap the shit out of you. That's all we're doing here, really. This may very well be another case of I die because of the fact that these are the fights I didn't do before. Come on, let go. I don't remember if charge with Spazer and everything is stronger than missiles or not. At the rate the charges are just getting eaten by the projectiles, I probably should just spam regular missiles. Though, also at the rate we're going right now, I'm pretty sure I'm dying on this attempt. Regular missiles might just not even work, because none of that made contact. No, it's working, it's just janky. Explains why that's dropping regular missiles. Be really nice if they dropped literally any health or any supers, but you know, God forbid I get any nice things these days, eh? Okay, no, those are damageable, they just weren't dying before. Once again, the question of consistency comes up. As I fired on one of the ones earlier and just assumed, I guess, I couldn't hurt it, because I didn't see any reaction. Yep, there goes the reserve tank. Actually, power bombs work on you? Answer is not really. Oh right, if you charge, you drop a bunch of bombs when you do that. I forgot about that bit. Ah, I tried to do the thing. I want to say it's more for Kraid you can do the X-ray scope nonsense against, and that's really only like a randomizer thing, because you would only really have that against Kraid in a randomizer or in reverse boss order, I guess. But that's a different discussion. Your hitbox sucks. Just want you to know that. Of course, now it's dropping health, now that it arguably won't matter. Because, you know, you have all kinds of room to go get those health pickups or try to shoot them down. Oh, wait, no. It covers most of its own projectiles with its body. They sure made some choices with these. Sure made some choices in the later half of this game. I'm realizing more and more of why I never finished this game. Even though I like the series, that doesn't mean the teething issues of the earlier games sit well. It does make it an interesting thought project of why people like this one so much. And I stand by my statement that I've made so many times before, that it's whichever one's your first one that ends up being the one that really sticks. Hence why, for me, Fusion sits better for the most part, or Prime, compared to Super or Original, etc. Whereas there's even people out there that swear by the original game, with all the issues that that has. Now, that's not to say that this is a bad game. I'm never going to say that, because it isn't. There are just decisions in this that are not exactly ideal. Even if you look at it in its own time, there's a bit of jank there. This is going better now that I know how to get rid of the cannons. I think I just need to just not bother trying to send a super missile at all when the projectiles are in the air at all. Like, I just shoot those down and just wriggle out of this as fast as I can, I think might be the move. And then just save the super missiles for the charges. I'm just trying to move this along. It's not really that exciting of a fight, is the other flaw here. It's like, oh hey, you fly back and forth and you occasionally spit a bunch of things. Oh, the excitement. Every time I pull the super missiles out, you're doing this shit again. This is also why I was worried about not having enough super missiles. Because even landing most of my shots, you'll notice not dead. But this is the thing I have to consistently give this series credit for, and that is a lot of bosses will give you a means of healing yourself or recharging your resources within the fight. You can just also get stuck in really shitty loops, though, which is the counterbalance to that. If you just get caught in a bad loop, you're just not gonna have a good time. And again, the previous statement I made of they do a very good job of blocking you from getting to the things that are dropping, so there's a fair chance half the things you shoot down are just gonna be gone by the time you try to go for them. I'm surprised that one got through. And you got me anyway. Hooray, good for you. The belly's the health indicator, in case you didn't catch that, by the way, so we're actually almost done. Just with the amount of supers I had, this was gonna be a little longer than it needed to be. Oh no, your children are coming to mourn you, and then eat you. Well, that's a shame. Goodbye. Ironically enough, that wasn't the fight I was worried about, because I could have swore I could actually do the X-ray scope thing for that. But I think I remembered wrong. I think that's actually like a weird grapple beam glitch you do to win that fight fast. But now we have space jump. Now all of the issues I've been having are solved. I don't need to wall jump anymore. I can just jump. You know, till it just decides it doesn't want to work anymore. Because unfortunately, even that is a little scuffed in this iteration of it. It's not bad, but it's not as smooth as it gets later. But that's the way of a lot of things. But this is also part of why I say the one you play first matters the most, and this is why a lot of people consistently tell you to play Super first. If people are asking what order to play the Metroid games in, is this one's a little tough to go back to, depending on how you end up interacting with the physics of any of the later ones, be it Zero Mission or Fusion or what have you. The 3D ones don't count because they're a different beast, as far as that goes. But we also have to remember that they were still figuring out what they wanted to do at this point. And that's why I'm not just saying, oh, everything about this is awful. Like, they didn't have it all figured out. Otherwise, I would have much harsher words. So there could be an argument made for maybe some of the ambition of what they did here may have been a little bit above and beyond where they could make it land. It obviously worked out well enough. But perhaps there's a little bit of a question mark there. Coming through. I should have grabbed this before going and doing that fight. Oh, yeah, I definitely should have grabbed this before doing that fight. I also can't... Oh, I guess it doesn't give supers back, does it? It only gives regular. Another one of the interesting decisions of the earlier game. Where your recharges are way more limited. Like, not even so much in just how many of them are around or where they are, just in what they even give you. And obviously, this is a room where you are meant to understand, hey, space jump's good. When it decides it wants to work, it just kind of just didn't listen to me at all there for some reason. Because, see, space jump in this relies on the same you have to get Samus to tumble principle that everything else in this game loves to rely on. And under 90% of circumstances, Samus will just tumble whenever she pleases anyway. Until you need it for some reason, and then it just sometimes just decides not to anymore. Okay, so this was just another way out. Which is fine, because I would like to leave this place. And hey, look, there's that locked door again. I think that was Dragon that I just killed? I'll say that was the name of the mother monster there that is now dead. Maybe father monster? Hard to say. Dead either way. Dead is dead. Now we can go fetch what was behind the other locked door up here. Because not only can we get up there way easier, the door's actually open. Part of the issue I'm running into with Space Jump is my fault, by the way. I do want to point that out, because you do have to wait till you're starting to fall, I believe. Or is it before you fall? There's Plasma, by the way. This is... I remembered this being one of the two items you want the most being in this room, which is why I thought Space Jump was in here. Turns out it was Plasma, which is the other thing you want the most. His Plasma lets you kill everything. And yeah, you're expected to kill these pirates now. Because we now have the strongest beam. Except, well, no, there is technically a stronger beam, but we'll get to that when we get to that. That's a different discussion for a different point in time. Okay, there's another one hiding somewhere. There you are. Perish, demon. There we go. Would have been really nice to have had plasma for that fight, but that's not meant to be because you need to do that fight to get plasma. I forget exactly how much more damage your beam does once you have plasma, but it's more. And also, I believe default shots, as you saw there, pierce enemies like your charge shots do. Or charge shots did. They obviously still do, but the comparison would be past tense. We just have one more boss left to do before we can go to the end of the game, so we're almost there. I just gotta remember how to get to the last bit now. Actually, no, I know how to get to the last bit. I'm a silly man. We were there earlier. Oh, we weren't there earlier today. We were there last week. We went there repeatedly because we were trying to puzzle out a situation. Actually, no. That's the other place. We did that already. The lava path we went into and did already is we had to go around that. Where is... I'm thinking of them. We'll figure it out when we get there. There's a reason why they made space jump a lot more consistent later. Still has its problems even in later games, but it is a bit more consistent later on. We're just missing like one thing more, really, for convenience, and that's our screw attack, so we can just chew through enemies that are in the air when we jump. Then we can just kind of float around freely wherever the hell we want to go. Oh, you know, I think I know where I need to be going next, actually. It's something I tried to do way early for funnies. But now with Space Jump, we can just freely go there. And that'll probably have the last bit in it. This is what happens when you're dealing with very, very bygone memory of anything. Is there's a lot of question marks. Some of which that would not actually be there under normal circumstances. As it stands, I'm anticipating this ending up being like an 11 or 12 hour playthrough, and that makes me slightly sad, but it is what it is. It'll have gotten done. I think we played for like 5-ish hours last week? Something like that. And you may be wondering, well, why are you saying that it's gonna take like another hour and a half to 2 hours? Oh, you'll see. You'll understand soon. Based on my performance today, I think that's a safe bet. It may even be a safer bet to say 7 hours. Honestly. Compared to our great success last week of never dying in any combat situations, we have died in every combat situation so far today. And I anticipate that trend continuing. More to the point, I expect the final battle to take a lot of doing. And there's a reason for that, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Now, I will admit, I do think some of my frustration with this game is not actually at the game itself. It's more of, I had an expectation for myself that I would have gotten through this faster, and I'm not. so there is some aggravation there. Because y'all know me, I have arguably egregiously high expectations for myself in a lot of capacities. It's still a work in progress to stop doing that. But especially considering my experience with this series and the fact that I came into this with foreknowledge, I anticipated this being just a smooth trip, like, all the way through for the most part. Which this has clearly not ended up being. Exactly, Charlotte. Very much nothing can be proven, but also yes. If we come on up here, there's a door. Where does this door go? Goes to this awful place. Which leads to just more power bombs. You know, those things you totally need so many of. Which, if we didn't have the X-ray scope, I would say I actually need lots and lots of power bombs, because I would just be using them to find everywhere I'm going. Because I would just be bombing, like, every room to check paths. But since we went and picked up the X-ray scope, I don't need to worry about that. Yep, thanks. Thanks, Space Jump. Thanks for just not working suddenly. But on the bright side, this does let us restock our super missiles, so it's not a bad thing. It's also a save point part way where I'm going, so also not a bad thing in case my power suddenly disappears. Welcome to the top of the world. Space jump. Just decides to shit the bed again. And there it goes again for some reason. Is there just a tighter window on when you can pop back up than I think there is? Is that the problem? Wait, where's the path? Isn't there a path up here somewhere? Or was it this one? No? Isn't there a path along this wall here somewhere? Or am I losing my damn mind? Huh. I swear I remember there being something up here. I mean, yeah, I'm losing my mind. This is a guaranteed thing. Howdy, Pazzy, how's it going? Don't mind me just losing my mind today. Thinking there are apparently paths that don't exist. Which is weird, because I remember watching people climb up here to get to something. Yet, apparently, there is nothing. Yeah, no, there's been a lot of things today. That's just icing on the cake for today. Maybe there just isn't anything. Because the X-ray scope would have told me if there was something here. Is there just something like the randomizer adds, and that's why I'm getting confused? I could have swore there was a whole thing up there. Eh, best not to worry about it, I suppose. I could have swore there was a whole area referred to as the gauntlet up there, unless I'm confusing it with this bit over here. And that's why my brain is doing stupid things. I may very well be just thinking of over here where we've already been before. That then brings me back to the original question of where is a certain someone who's our only target left? I have to think of where he is. I think I remember, but we'll find out. Because there's a 50-50, really. As we come over here, and you'll understand why I say there's still one more left. Is ding goes another crystal. But we've got Ridley left to deal with still. Where the problem started to begin with. I just gotta remember where Ridley is. So we're gonna go check the 50-50. It's not like it'll take long to check anything at this point, considering Plasma lets us just rip through everything ever created. Because this door will either be open all the way down here, or it will be a case of you had to actually open the area to get there. And I don't remember which it is. But it would be fitting to have to come back around here to go get Ridley. Which is why we're gonna go check. Nope, that door's still closed, so that relies on you having triggered the boss crystals all together then. Because that means those are both doors to the same area, which I was pretty sure was correct, but there was enough logic to chase it, so it was worth checking that. Since we're near it, I'm going to go ahead and take this elevator to Brinstar, even though we're not going to actually go anywhere from there, just so I can look at the map of Brinstar to try to get my brain together. It's also satisfying just nuking pirates along the way. Just let some steam off, just ripping through them. Because there's only so many places we could go at all. Yeah, that one's already dead. The one in Meridia is dead. We killed one down in Norfair. Problem is, I feel like we've killed one in every area, which is why I was thinking there was another area to go to, but I'm feeling like I'm forgetting. Or at least getting things crossed. It may very well be that Norfair is still the answer, but I don't think it is. Just also reasonably confident that there's no more reason to be in Meridia, so that kind of narrows the field a little bit, you know? Like, sure, I could go find 3 more energy tanks somewhere, and a bunch of other missiles. I don't care that much to go find all of that. I shouldn't need it all. Like, I'm far more likely to need those other 3 energy tanks than I am to need anything else, I would say. And that's just to give me more of a buffer to survive the end of the game. But I'm reasonably confident that the tanks we have will be enough. Because people have definitely done the entire game with less than this. Okay, I think we can do the funny thing now as well. Yep. You might have been able to do the fake screw attack before space jump. I don't remember. I want to say you need space jump for it, though. No, actually, I think I showed off doing the damage spins before. My brain is just not with me anymore. It's already fallen apart for the day. Leftovers from last week, the bad sleep last night because of the weird noise and just everything coming together to lead to this point. To be fair, you probably need it more than I do, Charlotte, so that's probably for the best. What, you do more important work? Well, that's the thing, Pazzy. There's been stacked brain fries, is the problem. Doesn't look to be anywhere left to go down here at all. Probably should have just taken the other elevator, but you know what? We're already here. No matter how you look at it, this is still going to be better than how tomorrow is going to go, most likely. Oh yeah, this hole. Well, you know, I guess we're down here. We technically have already been down here and shown off the animals last week, but I died without having loaded the save. Without having saved after having seen them. So there you go. There's the bird. Bird friend that teaches you how to do shine sparks. At a distance that does not work for us, I might add, but you know, it's fine. Oh, space jump just broke again. Thanks, space jump. Love that for me. Like, I'm starting to wonder if, like, BizHawk has done something to break everything. I swear my speed booster is not working properly. That should have been enough distance for me to be able to shine spark, but it just isn't working. And we've been having problems with that the whole time. Yeah, exactly. It's just isn't. And I don't know why. Like, something's causing my speed booster to take extra distance. And it's the fucking weirdest thing. It's not supposed to be. It is more finicky than in later games. Like, that much I can confirm from experience. But it is not supposed to be as finicky as it's been. But you need speed boost to get up there. So you either rely on the bird to hit the thing, or you get your speed booster to work. You see, the thing is, it relies on the sound cue. You have to hear the wham 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 to actually get the proper speed going. The extra fucky thing is, I know there's also a way to do short charges with your speed booster, but I don't know how to do that either. It's such a weird situation. Like, I wonder if I've just got, like, a slightly jank version going on, whether BizHawk's the problem, that there's innumerable ways this could be going wrong, is the issue. There we go. See, it just works that time. Why it worked that time? Good question. Like, Trust me, I know how the sparking works, Pazzy. I have done numerous shine sparks. Everything is in the correct conditions, and then it just doesn't. Like, there is no justification for why it's not working. Like, yes, some of the times I hit the wall, and that is why those sparks didn't work. But there were also times where I was landing center of the room, and it just decides, nah. Yeah, Fusion's shine sparks are nice and consistent. I can do those all day, any day, without even thinking about it. And I do think my experience with Fusion is part of why I'm having the problems I am, because it is a very different timing. People have sworn up and down that one or the other is better, and as I've talked about every time with that, it's a matter of whichever one you dealt with first. Is the other one's physics are going to feel weird because of that. It's the same reason I cannot, for the life of me, get through X-Fusion, the hack that backports Fusion into this game's engine. Is the tricks they expect you to do with that just feel alien to me. Or at least that was what I noticed when I tried the version of it I tried. It may even be that I was trying to do the wrong thing, too. I don't know. Considering the layout of that is so different, it's hard to be sure what they actually wanted you to do. Which is a shame, because I would have loved to have an excuse to play Fusion a new way, essentially, but it just never felt good. Do not want to go to Meridia right now. Back to Norfair, because I have to assume that's the missing piece. But I also feel like we've seen all of Norfair, so I don't know. Like, we're in that awkward space of I feel like we've been everywhere, and that can't possibly be true. Yep, there we go. It is down here. Right down in a hole where he belongs. I was pretty sure we had to come back here twice, but I was having a lot of back and forth in my brain. Because rooms like this were designed basically for high jump to make it significantly easier to go back. Is why it's easy to get the feeling that that's what you would be doing. Now, from what I recall, Ridley is not as annoying in this one as the meta Ridley fight in Fusion can be. When he wants to be, so there's that at least. I think I've gone the wrong way. I think this is gonna send me back up. Oh no, this isn't the one that goes all the way up. This is taking me to Green Norfair. I think this is correct. Oh, the other thing I should have mentioned during the speed booster problem that may not have been clear is there's also an inconsistency to your speed, especially when you're entering and exiting doors. That is not as present in later games either, but that's the Super Nintendo. That's not necessarily this game's fault. there's the hole. Hey, look, a missile expansion. Hooray! Oh, the excitement. I couldn't remember if that was the way I wanted to go or if that was useless. Turns out it was useless. You really want to make this as tedious as possible, don't you? Fuck you. Yeah, that may as well be the game's reaction to anything I do today. Once again, trying to decide whether I've been over there to get the item or not. And based on the way the map looks, I'm pretty sure I did. I'm just not even gonna bother. It does leave a question mark of where the remaining energy tanks are, but I'm also just not that concerned about it. You just have the question mark of how do I get down to where Ridley lives, so I may kill him. Answer is this way. I wish to give him a well-deserved and unfortunately not permanent death. Because if he hadn't stolen the damn Metroid, I wouldn't have to be here to begin with. We could have avoided this entire adventure if it weren't for him. Not to mention, you know, the innumerable other times he resurfaces to make a nuisance of himself. Well, they're actually very innumerable, but that's neither here nor there. Yeah. I also forgot that the lava is just up when you come through going this way around, so I got very confused for a second. Well, mild edit to that sentence. Very confused and concerned. So yeah, it was the door I was talking about before, the one you have to sink into the lava for, because we're immune to lava thanks to Varia and gravity. Some people, when they do the randomizer, have to go through that, by the way, without space jump or anything like that. And they have to, like, ice beam their way up all those guys along the walls. Just in case you ever think this is bad, understand that people who do the randomizer enjoy it being worse. That's the power of experience. Now, we are about to get hit with ads, so I'm obviously going to stop when we get down there so that the ads can run, and then we can do the fight. I don't want people missing the Ridley fight. Considering, you know, that's one of the iconic bits of these. You may recognize the music down here, too. Considering it's music they end up using a lot. Ta-da! Go, Chozo statue. Do the thing. Yeah, even at this point, they were having you jump in Morph Ball into Chozo statue hands. Now the ads are running, so I'm gonna go ahead and just hang out here and let this music be be the backdrop for this ad break. Good to see that you're still here, Charlotte. I walked away for a moment, but I have returned. Yeah, I don't think anything majorly has gone wrong today. It's just one of those the mild issues that I woke up with, considering the fan that needed to be replaced and such. Let's just set the tone for the day, and it was an irritating start. Pretty much, yeah. No matter how minor the things are, if you end up with multiple repeating issues, it ends up souring the pot, as it were. Not saying that so anybody worries about it or thinks about it more than just, this is why today is the way that it is. Pretty much. I'm just happy that I didn't end up losing power when the power company sent me a warning saying, hey, there may be a power outage in your area. Like 3 minutes before stream started, which also did not help my mood. Thankfully, we dodged the bullet on that one. Unlike the last time they sent me one of those warnings where the power went out a couple minutes afterwards. Still no idea what had happened regarding that outage, but it wasn't my problem, so I'm not gonna worry about it. The ads are about done though, so we'll go ahead and get moving. Up down this hole. Where do I go from here? Okay, yeah, it is there, just for some reason. Oh, right, because it's a bomb, not a chute. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I just dropped down the hole at the bottom of the lava pit we lowered. You didn't really miss anything else. There we go, almost full energy again. That'll help. If you think I'm touching the ground in their game, you are asking the wrong questions of the wrong man here. Is a fun fact, that all breaks. As if you couldn't tell that that was a trap because it was inset down a step. I mean, really now. Anyway, now to fall for the trap. Because we need to go down here anyway. Because we have to fight the evil Chozo statue. Oh. Thanks, Windows. Oh, he's actually dodging the missiles. I don't remember how to hurt you. I hit him with the first super I fired, I think, but that... I don't think that... Yeah, it's just... That's plasma. At least I think. Yeah, he's blinking. He's taking damage. Whoop. Now, this guy's not exactly a chump, but he's also not, like, the most dangerous thing out here. Or by any stretch of the imagination. Especially when he starts doing the wave swings over and over again like that. Or just walking into the wall, I guess. Yeah, that's a thing you could do. Yeah, he's got a final fuck you attack, too, as you saw there. Where he just launches all of his inner pieces at you, because why not? There's an item up there. Not sure how to get to it, but it's up there, I guess. But our reward is the screw attack, which will be very useful in making things a lot less annoying, because now we can break through blocks with our body, and that more than likely is how we get the item that's up here. Assuming I actually make it up through the gap. Yep, there we go. Oh, it's just right there. Definitely something we did want, considering it's super missiles. I forget what the cap on super missiles is in this. I think it's like 60? Something like that. Yep, one of the other typical staples. The ability to harm things by existing. Let's check this door down here first. Yep, figured this was gonna be a recharge. There's either gonna be a recharge or a save, both of which would have been welcome. Now I don't have to do fake screw attacks to attack things that are in really annoying spots. And here's how they teach you how good screw attack is by throwing a bunch of jet head beetles at you. So you can just slaughter the lot of them if you are so inclined. Yeah, as if there wasn't going to be something up here. Oh, it's a gold pirate. Which are not as dangerous in this. Okay. I'm used to the gold pirates from Fusion where they're just like the most robust bastards you could ever find. Let's see what's in here. Prices? Now it's looking like this is looping back to the elevator. So that's disappointing. So I guess it's a good thing, because now I can go hit the save room right quick before we go fight Ridley and potentially die and have to do all that again. Let's It's almost like that's a good idea or something. What a concept. Wing. Yeah, based on where we're at, I do think I was about right with it being we end up going to 6 hours nearly to finish this up. Which that won't be half bad. Because that will give me time to work on something. Which I had initially thought I was going to end up working on that commission I had gotten after stream today, and then I ended up just finishing it this morning before stream. So it's like, well, guess I don't need to worry about that. That makes that easy. Thank you. It helps keep my pattern of almost always getting them done in 24 hours alive. Okay, so this is a one-way path. That's all fall down through blocks. So going this way was pointless. Joyous day. Of course, they weren't going to do me the service of dropping me a couple super missiles to restore those. Of course not. It gave me back power bombs, though, so that's good, I guess. Okay, yeah, you're meant to just tumble through. Should have figured, but brain went shoot the wall out of the way first. Ow, my feet. Ow, my feet. Oh, it burns. No, bad. Also bad. Oh yeah, that's the other solution to those guys, by the way, is just, you know, just slam into them and they just die. Very convenient not taking damage while spinning. Exactly. Just treat it like you're playing in hockey. A good old body check solves everything. Oh boy. Yep, I lost control of my life at that moment. That was unhelpful. Anyway, I would like to go back up there. I was not done in that room yet. I realized that it continues upward. As you could tell by the map that there was more room above. That's not where I meant to go. Now that led us here. Why? Is it just an exit? Answer may surprise you in that it's yes. That's all just a loop. There's no items in here because the items are marked on the map, so... Hooray for pointless. I'm so glad I turned around to check that. And we all know if I hadn't checked that, that would have been something important. It's always the way that works. Bonk. There's not enough room with where this guy's standing to actually spin. So remember, not every jump makes you spin. You have to actually have a little bit of forward movement before Samus will spin. Okay. Do I think there's anything in there? No. Even if there is, I don't think I care. Oh, right, this is the point where they just start having the funny boulders just existing. We last saw those boulders in a spot where they just kind of magically fell on your head while you were trying to get to an item. Hence why I dubbed them the funny boulders, because they exist only because it's funny. Uh-huh. I feel like it's a better idea to go into that higher one. Except it's a dead end, never mind. Uh-huh. Peachy, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully y'all were having a grand time with whatever it was. It's always great to see y'all. But of course, if you need to raid and run, please make sure to do so. Taking care of yourself should always be your first priority. We're just working our way through the last bits of Super Metroid here at this point. So not too much more to do. Oh, I tried to do a funny and it isn't gonna work. Ah, good. Always nice to have a relaxing day here or there. This tube also goes nowhere. Now there's an entire world where the tube I'm looking at right now is also just an exit. Going through up there is... I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's highly unlikely. I'm just not gonna worry about it. Hopefully your water park was very successful. Let's see if there's anything over here. Nope, just the path down where the acid is. Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces of Water Park Sim. They certainly made some choices with how they designed how the people work in that game. But I also have to assume that was on purpose, because they thought it was funny. Eventually we will get somewhere. Suddenly silence. All good there, Peachy. Thank you again for bringing your community on over. Take care. Speed. This just loops back as well. All of this just for another exit. Turn around. Don't bother with that waste of time. Turn around. Funny story, though. We can't actually turn around. So I gotta go back around. Because they once again swindled me. I saw the path leading that way, and I'm like, this is probably not going to be helpful. But what if it was, though? What if it was just going to, like, dead end out to another energy tank or something? I had to know. And, well, now I know. Pretty sure I grabbed both of these already. Unless I didn't come back with Grapple Beam for this. Which, considering it's pink ahead, I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah. Because that, I think, was actually something we needed in there. I don't remember what it was, but I'm pretty sure... Oh, wait, yeah, it was... Wave Beam was in there, because you had to open the one-way door using Wave Beam to get out. That's right. Yeah, this is the right way. Now imagine trying to do the fighting I've been doing where things are taking like the majority of an energy tank without gravity or Varia suit. The damage you'd be taking without either suit would be horrifying. Since they do impart a mild defense increase. I want to say it literally is one cuts the damage in half and the other cuts it down to a quarter. If you have both. I don't remember if that's specifically the numbers for fusion or not. I want to say it's the same in all of them. I'm not certain about that. I only know that because of the fact that when the randomizers make them progressive, it gives you an option as to whether you want the defense increase to be progressive or be attached to the specific suit. I believe that's an option. I say I believe at this point because I cannot guarantee anything with my brain at this point today. Thanks for once again just barely touching a surface there, Samus, and losing the ability to do your job. I'm so glad walls are your greatest enemy, Samus. Who knew if the pirates just threw even more flat surfaces around, the mighty bounty hunter Samus Aran would not be able to get anywhere? Back we go. Like, other than making things take longer on rentals, I do wonder what the fixation was at a certain point with making your areas loop around back on themselves in ways that, if you're not paying attention, just make you have to redo the area. Like, not even a matter of like, oh, it's a shortcut out when you're done. Like, no, this is just a trap path that sends you backwards. Is like, at a certain point in time, there just was a lot of them in every genre, because we talked about the funny paths in, I believe it was the first Final Fantasy, where if you just went through the wrong door, it sent you out of the dungeon for some reason. Also, I forgot that this was a one-way path here as well. So that was a waste of my time and energy. We actually are meant to go down through here. My short-term memory is competing with Goldfish right now. Yep, that's what I wanted. I clearly didn't want to screw attack through that wall. Why would I want to do that? That would be making progress. That's not allowed. If I didn't want to be allowed to make progress, I'd just turn crowd control on. So then I would really not get anywhere. But at least I'd be getting paid. It's interesting that those wall guys don't die to screw attack. That usually was one of the biggest problems with doing certain pathing in fusion with screw attack, like in the randomizers I've done before, is landing on them without destroying them was always the problem. If you had a seed where you got screw attack before you had space jump, and things like that. Which, let me tell you, the seeds that I got tended to like to do that. And now Space Jump wants me dead. All because I wanted to check one little bit of the room. We're now highly likely to die. Love that for me. Nope. So much for having any health. I didn't need that. No, no, why would I need health? That would be silly. Does this even go... No, this just goes in a circle. Wait. Then how... They did a funny, didn't they? I think I know the funny they did, and I'm mildly cross right now about what the funny is. Now that was the other option, was behind that guy. I was pondering whether they had done a funny by making the recharge room have a hole in it that you were gonna need to go through. Oh good, an energy tank. So the thing I was thinking about may very well be true then, considering this was not the path forward. Not gonna lie, this being an energy tank is the only reason I didn't just drop back down into the spikes and kill Samus there. Just to be clear on that one. How do I get out of here? Because I can't see. Okay, I found ground again. This is why you don't destroy too many of those little flying guys, by the way, is it gets this bad to see. Why is that lit up? You can also be cheeky and use the X-ray scope to be able to see the ground again if you really want to. Now here's... Oop, hang on. I'm gonna say, here's an important question is, do I go backwards through the acid room? The answer is no, because it looks like this is actually going to lead somewhere. So the funny I was worried about, I think, is not actually the case, then. Because this seems like an actual, like, progress tunnel. Especially since there's a save room in here. Which is well timed considering we just picked up that energy tank. Forgetting that I have the X-ray visor on whenever I actually try to use the speed to get around. Yep. This way. Okay, good. Though this still needed a power bomb down here anyway. Nothing. 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 Okay. Wanted to make sure since all of them broke, it's like, okay, maybe one of those leads to an extra thing. Okay, this way. Which makes sense, considering we know where Ridley is, and we're almost at the edge of the map. You kind of had to hook a left anyway. Realistically, there was just no other options. It was either left or down. Didn't really mean to powerbomb that, but you know what, it's fine. And leave it to Ridley to be squatting on some ruins, as usual. Aha! Bonus goodies. Dang it. Well, I guess it refunds me the power bomb, so it's not the worst thing. Of course I walked into the spikes. And of course this elevator couldn't actually be, you know, a safe elevator that reasonable people would use. No, it has to be dangerous. Oh right, you're one of the funny pirates. I don't remember how to kill. No, not that. Oh right, I have to wait for them to... Yeah, these are what the gold pirates in Fusion are built off of. Is the guys that you have to wait till they're vulnerable to hit them. Which are really annoying. Hey, do your fancy kick where I can hurt you. Hey, do the thing. Do the thing! Have you noticed why these are a problem yet? It's almost like it's questionable design to have an enemy with only like one move where they become vulnerable and they very rarely actually use it. There we go. Having wasted a bunch of the super missiles that I was going to use against Ridley. Thankfully, they give you a spot here to recharge, so it's not the worst, it's just very inconvenient. And obviously, you know, he's gonna have some of the best pirates on the team around him. Because he's kind of a big deal. And yes, I'm going to get every super missile back, so, if you need to do anything else for the next, like, minute, you might want to just go ahead and do that. This is gonna take a minute or two. Especially when it gives me other things. We're at full energy, so it shouldn't give me energy anymore. Unless I get tagged by something again. Yeah, having full super missiles will just make this fight smoother and faster. I think I only have 35? Yeah, it's not giving me anything else, so we're done there. Remember, if it's not giving you anything anymore, that means you don't have space for anything anymore. Yeah, exactly, Tara. Like, credit to them for giving you those as an option. But I do think that they would have accomplished the same thing if they had just given you more recharge points around. Hi, Ridley. Suck missile, evildoer. Yep, do your pogo stick move. No. Ow. I don't think I have enough supers to just kill Ridley outright with, either. Especially when my jump gets eaten. The supers will be enough to do a good bit of damage, though. This fight is kind of annoying, not because Ridley himself is particularly dangerous, but because of the screen size not allowing you to be able to keep Ridley in sight worth anything. And he's turning reddish, so we made good progress. Now the joys of missile spam. You're up there somewhere. It probably would be better to be using plasma on him, but I'm figuring the fire rate I have with just spamming the missiles might be a little more efficient at the second until I'm out of those. Oh good, he got himself stuck in the hole. Just gonna keep pumping him full of missiles until he stops moving. There he goes, he's dead. First try Ridley, I'll take that. Honestly, I'll take that. I was very concerned about Ridley's fight. Ridley and the final battle were the two fights I was the most concerned about. But the baby's not here. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, energy tank. Give energy tank. Need. And we're only missing one. I don't think it goes to a third row. I'm pretty sure it's only 2 rows of tanks in this game. As per pretty much usual. Thanks, Samus. You know, we don't need to get up there anytime soon. No, no, no. The galaxy's not in danger at all or anything, Samus. It's fine. You take your time. We'll get up there when we want to. I swear. Since we're gonna be going back up towards where the ship is, almost, we'll just go recharge up there. Pretty sure there's another recharge along the way up there somewhere anyway. We won't worry about charging everything back up in here. So you'll notice why I bothered to restock on super missiles as hard as I did. Is it took all of the supers and most of the regulars to kill him. He is a tanky boy. He eats missiles for breakfast. I was gonna say, how do I get out of here, though, if that's not gonna move? The answer is it moves. But honestly, having to redo the previous fights once, and in exchange for not having to redo Ridley, I will take that trade all day, every day. I want to go touch this save point as soon as possible. Now, I will admit that there's not much finesse to beating Ridley, as you saw there. There's a lot of finesse to doing it if you have less tanks, no armor, or less missiles or such. But you can just kind of hammer him and he will die, as most things do when you hit them with enough ordnance. His pattern in this is also repeated almost completely in Fusion. I want to say he has like a trick or two different in Fusion. I don't remember the fight well enough. I usually just get angry and blast him with everything I own, just like I did there. And just hope that I have enough tanks to survive it. I remember that it usually boils down to him picking me up a lot. I want to say the pickup move was a regular attack in Fusion, whereas it's his final fuck you attack in this one. Maybe there's nothing in there. I was pretty sure I checked that already, but I wanted to double check. Check, check, checkity, check, check. Ooh, ow, ee, ooh, ah, ee, ah. Yeah, here's where this path is actually useful, is we can just use it as an exit pretty much straight back out of Norfair. It's just a matter of not entering this path at the wrong time. I believe those show as speed booster blocks? No, they're just blocks, okay. Once again, my memory crossing up with what I know of Fusion, because Fusion and speed booster blocks can be broken by Screw Attack. I assume they can be broken just the same here, but I don't really remember. Did I somehow not grab this? No, I did. I figured. You know, it's on the way. I may as well check. On the bright side, this is going to be first clear of the month within the first 10 days, so that's a good start. Hard in some ways. There's no way we're going to follow it up by beating Dark Souls tomorrow, though. Dark Souls 3 is probably going to take at least 2, maybe 3 more sessions at the current pace, I would think. Oh, yeah. I mean, honestly, getting a commission and getting it done, getting through this, and starting the process for those character select screens to be something people might be interested in has really meant that this month has gotten off to a very strong start in general. It's just a matter of hoping that it holds to that and this month goes well. Which really all you can do at that point is encourage it to happen and hope it actually happens. There we go. And for anybody that's like, huh, why is he saying this is a bygone conclusion, this game's done? We literally just have the final area and the final fight to do. There's really not that much left to this. It's not a bygone conclusion we will succeed immediately, but success is guaranteed overall. This will not be able to hold me back hard enough that I will not make it through today. We may end up with a bit of a salt fest depending on how this plays out, but it will happen. The typical scenario of I push a little too hard to finish something could happen, considering the way today's been, but it will happen. And something this series does is exactly what we're doing right now, which is going back through earlier areas with all of the goodies you have now and just absolutely trashing the place. It can be nice as kind of like an early victory lap. Like, you haven't even won yet, but you're on your victory tour. Alright, I forgot these platforms break. They really know how to take something fun and manage to make it end up annoying. Yep, just whenever you want, Samus. Whenever you feel like it. Yep. Yep. For those wondering why I just plummet out of the air there, you have a finite window where you can space jump, and if you miss it, you're going all the way back down. That's the problem. And since that window is different than I'm used to, in that it's stricter than I'm used to, that's gonna happen a lot, and a wall jump doesn't restore it, which is kind of stupid. You also have no visual indication that you are not gonna be able to keep going. And in hindsight, that's physically impossible with how I've done this now, is those blocks are gonna reform by the time I get up there. I needed that guy alive. Remember how I pointed out that screw attack can actually be a disadvantage sometimes? Yeah, because I'm no good at the come out of spin, shoot, and go back into spin trick that some people can do. I can't fucking do that. We're just gonna go the long way. I ain't that good. And I can just acknowledge that. If you want to see how this game really is played, literally pull up any speedrun out there. You are going to see fucking magic. Because the things they do are genuinely on the layer of fucking sorcery. It is absolutely nonsense. I feel like I've left a lot of missiles behind. So I want to say your cap for normal missiles is like 200? If you get all of them? Something like that? Like, obviously, I've purposely left a couple behind, because once I realized they were just missiles, I was like, I don't care. Isn't there a path in here, or is this the one that I confused myself about before? I think I confused myself about this room before, and I've done it again. Since it's next to the other room, you're like, oh yeah, it leads there. No, it doesn't. No, it fucking doesn't. It's just a save room for that fight over there. I did not want to fall down the bird hole again. Now with the fact that my speed booster just does not seem to like to work consistently. Just absolutely not. Well, one would think with the amount of issues I've had that I was doing a bit this whole time where I purposely had like a faulty ROM or something. But no, this is no bit. This is genuine, just like, I don't know what's happening. Is to see how consistently everything moves for other people. I can't help but feel that there has to be an issue somewhere here for some of these things to be acting the way they are. And I want to say when I was watching somebody play randomizers of this and learning how to, well, in his case, relearning, because it had been a while for him. I want to say there are some emulator issues with this game on occasion. I remember these very same issues cropping up for them. Alright, sounds good, Tara. I appreciate the good luck, because I'm probably going to need it today. as the bitrate descends into hell once again. Okay, considering where we are, we'll stop off at the ship to recharge our everything, and then we'll make our final assault. Oh, now I got the booster jump I had talked about before, too. Lovely. Almost every energy tank, 120 missiles, 35 supers, and 30 power bombs. It'll have to do. There's this save room that's slightly closer, but I'm not gonna bother with it. Because there's going to be a save room inside the area we're going to, I do believe, so... There's not gonna be a reason to worry about that to that degree. Down to Goblin Town. There we go. That door's still not open. I'm an idiot. I went the wrong way. I thought for some reason both doors were just gonna be open immediately. But no, I gotta go the other way first. It has to be the other way. Well, you know what that means, pirates? You're all going to die now, because now I have to exert my spite upon something, and you are conveniently in my way. Gotta go all the way back up and around. I know now why I got my wires crossed. It's because of the fact that I went to go recharge my ammo at the ship. Thus meaning I was over here. So my brain was immediately going to take the path of least resistance as it's wont to do. And instead we ended up in this situation where I've now had to go further. Not the first time, not the last time. It'll always be that time. Ding. Down goes the statue. It's still sinking. It's still going. There it goes. And it reveals an elevator. Down, down we go. All the way down. Welcome to Torian. Population lava, metal, and a lot of hostility. Hope you're ready. The finale does not hold back. And yeah, those other Metroids were dying very easily because they were the babies. They weren't the serious business Metroids. These are real Metroids. Thankfully, they drop a lot of ammo, so just pump them full of a handful of regular missiles every time you freeze one, and you just keep on keeping on. You'll notice our screw attack doesn't kill them, it only deflects them. Presumably since, you know, it's an energy shield around us that inflicts the damage, and their energy absorbers, it probably is just like a tasty treat to them. But just like a little spicy. Just keep avoiding the donuts. As much as I wouldn't mind a donut right now, those are not the good kind. Much like it's spicy energy snacks for them, those are spicy donuts. From what I recall, you also can't leave the room until the Metroids are defeated. And the one that was following me has decided to fuck off. Get back here. Now you might be thinking, wow, this really seems like it's going very smoothly. Oh, give it time. There's plenty of ways for this to go wrong. Get off of me! This being a perfect example of it going wrong. Get off of my head! Because if they happen to just get to you just fast enough, it can get real bad, as you saw there. We ended up with a whole pile up. Notice how that guy was only taking damage from super missiles. Charged plasma might have worked on him too. Oh, he just crumbled to dust. That's a shame for him. Bet you thought I was gonna have to fight him. Or things crumbling to dust. You might be wondering, why is everything crumbling to dust? That's why. Big Metroid. Because remember, they drain energy. Ah. Ugh. Satisfied now. And friend. Because guess who that is? That's the original one, the one we saved. And we now have a whole 1 hit point to our name thanks to him. But, you know, you gotta feed the kid, right? You gotta feed the kid. Regular missiles reloaded. Health reloaded. Oh boy. Okay. Saw an email pop up, wanted to make sure it wasn't something I needed to handle quickly. I'll use the spot to get my super missiles back. The ads are coming up, so obviously I'm not gonna go dive into an important fight anytime quick. There's also a save room, so we're covered. I thought the donuts dropped things, but I guess not. We saved. Hope you like the gimmick that's happening here, but this is gonna be happening a lot. You'll also notice that if you weren't hitting them fast enough, those barriers were growing back. There's Mother Brain. We'll deal with that when the ads are done. I figured I would just get us to Mother Brain the first time while the ads were getting started. Also, if you thought that that arena for fighting Mother Brain looked rather small, that's because it is. We'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, it's almost back to business time. I'm just checking on the archipelago again and realizing more and more people are just caught in loops. Which is just how that works. Eventually, the loops will break free and everything will be done. Because I want to say most of the people that are left in that archipelago only have like a few things left to do. They're just waiting on like a chain of things to happen, basically, at this point. Which is, you know, pretty par for the course. For archipelago. Just checking in a couple things while I wait for y'all to get out of ads. Okay, check that properly later. Okay. Y'all should be coming back from the ads fully in just a moment. So let's get everything back in position. Soon, very soon, we'll put an end to this. And depending on how many tries this takes, this may actually be way sooner than I thought. Considering I had predicted 5 to 6 hours. Much more leaning toward the 6 hours. Maybe I should have actually ran a prediction in general then. Oh well, too late for that now. Considering we're at Mother Brain, predictions wouldn't exactly be fair at this point. Welcome back from the ads, everybody that was in them. We are about to get into the Mother Brain fight. you know, such as this is. Just keep pew-pewing missiles in there. I believe now that the shield's gone, I can just do charge shots. If I stop sliding into the lava. No, I cannot. Stick to regular missiles then. Until I'm out of those. There we go. Yeah, if you thought that's the end of it, by the way, also, mild flashing light warning here. There we go. We did it. Oh, why does it hurt? That's because it's not over yet. Oh no! Mother Brain has a body! As with most things, just shoot it in the head. Shoot it in the head, shoot it in the head, just shoot, 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 shoot it in the head. Until it dies. May have shot a little too fast, though. Thankfully, as you can see, Mother Brain is still damageable by plasma. So, we got that going for us. Ah! That's a wall. That's my spine. Everything is pain. If that attack didn't seem fair, by the way, that's because this is a whole thing. As you may have noticed, it also drained all our power bombs. Hello, friend. Thank you, Metroid friend. I appreciate the assist. I still can't stand up, but you know, I'm sure you're doing a great job up there. Oh boy, don't mind me. I'm just gonna take a nap here, or for a second. It'll be okay. I just gotta get a breather. Oh god, not again. Except you'll notice we're getting the energy back this time, as he's figured out how to send energy instead of just receiving. But Mother Brain's not dead, and Mother Brain is pissed. So, this is not going ideally for anyone involved. Aside from arguably us, because, you know, we're shielded by a giant Metroid right now. But it is kind of sad watching our friend get ripped apart. And there he goes. But you'll notice, we gained something. We have, I believe it's called the Hyper Beam now. This is what I was talking about when I said there is technically a stronger beam. It is empowered by the Metroid. We now have ridiculous strength. As you can see by us just bashing Mother Brain's head around with just a beam. It is entirely possible to still lose at this point. But it's pretty hard to lose at this point based on our damage output, as you can see there. Is it over? Not quite. Time for that classic Metroid escape sequence. But thanks to the Hyper Beam, nothing can stand in our way. You just have to keep moving and you'll probably be fine. Oh, I fucked it up. That was meant to be a Shine Spark to go up there, or the fast way. But I keep forgetting my Shine Sparks don't fucking work. Because you either shine spark your way up there, or you do this maze. Now, obviously, shine sparking would have been way better, and it would have looked really cool. Think we're meant to go this way? Nope, sure ain't. It is entirely possible to fail this escape sequence. Just like you could technically fail the first one as well. This one, I believe, is a little stricter. Also, there's also acid to worry about. Because, you know, the whole place is kind of coming apart. Any kind of containment they had for that stuff probably failed. It's kind of unclear whether Samus set up a bomb on the way out, or if it was a final middle finger or type self-destruct sequence. Could really go interpret it multiple ways. Could be Mother Brain's existence was just like a dead man switch for this entire base. So as soon as Mother Brain doesn't exist anymore, the base can't exist. It's a whole thing. Notice the timer hasn't ended yet. You gotta get back to your ship, but the game is kind enough to lock all the doors so you can't fuck up and go the wrong way. You also can't save in the middle of the escape sequence, so you can't leave yourself in an unwinnable position. They thought of that, which is very smart of them. That would have been horrendous if you could get yourself stuck permanently and have to restart your whole save, since this game only has the one save file. And we out. Mild flashing light warning out here too, considering the blinking in the back there. Just mind your eyes. And away! That's game. As we leave the planet behind. And leave the planet to its demise. Yeah, that whole planet was rigged to blow. The whole fucking thing. And there we go. Away. A little bit worse for wear, being caught in the blast a little bit there, but you know, it's fine. Ta-da! The operation was completed successfully. Clear time, 6 hours, 30 minutes of pure in-game time. That's not counting the deaths and the pauses. 6 hours and 30 minutes is actually not bad. I'm pretty happy with that. I really thought that time was going to show up worse. Considering total stream time, I think was 10 hours? So I think the last session was either 4 or 5 hours. So it was either 9 or 10 hours of pure stream time. But still, that is first game for the month, and I will let you know in a second how many for the year, because it's been a little bit since we pulled the document up. That is now 1 for this month and 26 for the year, as long as the count is correct, which I will double check while the credits run. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. My count is off by 1 because I keep not counting Clockwork Ambrosia. There we go. That'll bring the count into line. So yeah, 27 games this year so far. We're still past the mark of being at 3 times how many months there have been. When my whole goal has been just a game a month, and we've tripled the goal. Even if I did not beat a single other game the rest of this year, we would double the amount of months there are. Thank you, Charlotte, thank you. Like, don't get me wrong, a bunch of them were shorter games, so kind of taking a bit of an easy path on getting lots of clears, but none of them were easy. Oh yeah, and of course, depending on how well you did, you get a different image of Samus at the end. In our case, we only got the partial helmet off. We didn't even get the whole helmet off. Because you've got to be very fast and get a really high completion if you want to see the other options. 66%. Yeah, that's about consistent for me. That I usually go between 60 and 70% with these games when I'm not actively chasing all of the items. It's interesting how that's so consistent for me. It's like I'll grab the things that are near the path I'm taking, or things I just can gather where it is, just looking. But I obviously don't chase every single thing down, and since I've talked about before, I don't 100% things. That's for you to chase on your own time if you see fit. But with the game being done, that's also the stream being done, considering we're 5 hours in. There's not really time to hop to something else and have it last a meaningful amount of time. So I will go find us somewhere to be. Just unrolling the whole list. As usual, at this hour, there's a lot of people on. Do I want to go for one of the usuals? Do I want to do a weird? Also, gotta get a feel for where my own headspace and energy are at. Wow, there's a lot of people in some of those. God damn. Looks like it's a good day for some of the people I know. I was scrolling through and it's like, wow, some of these people that usually have like 30 or 40 have 90 plus today. I'm like, good for them. God damn. Must be a good Monday. Silence is deafening here on this end screen as well. For those wondering, I cannot make this screen proceed either. This is the classic you have to turn the console off scenario with the end of your game. Like you either reset it or shut it off. Which is interesting when they choose to do that. Like, they have the option usually of do they kick you back to title screen or do they just stay there? So it's interesting when they decide to just leave it. A lot of the people I would choose right now have way more people in than usual, and that's a little bit above the amount of stimulation I would want right now. Tell you what, based on the remaining options I'm looking at here, I will flip a coin to raid or not to raid. Drop the coin. That's a great sign. Okay, the coin has said not to raid. So there will be no raid today. That's okay. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. We will be back with Dark Souls 3 tomorrow. As I said before, do not anticipate this level of success tomorrow. I will probably be spending the rest of my night prepping for that, because I did do some prep the other day, but for obvious reasons, the commission I had received yesterday took priority for yesterday. So, I did not get as much prep as I would like to have gotten done. So, that's what I'll be doing probably for the rest of tonight, is hammering away at getting stronger to get us through Dark Souls 3 more effectively. And I will probably also double check to make sure I didn't miss too many things in the areas we've already been to. Because I feel like I had to have missed some things with the current game state we've got in that. 'Cause that's usually where those start falling apart a bit, is either you've pushed forward too quickly and you didn't get your levels up enough, you spent your levels inefficiently, or you missed mechanics or items that would have been a very big turning point for you. Those are usually the ways that those games go wrong. And they can just go very aggressively wrong. Yeah, that's tomorrow. Thursday is going to be the usual later on stream, more than likely, but I don't have anything special planned for it or anything. There's no collabs this week, because I decided, after doing 2 collabs last week, and not having a lot of time to set one up for this week, I'm just going to take the week off as far as that goes, give myself a bit of a recharge week. So Thursday, Friday, and Saturday are all going to be just I make it up as I go along scenarios. Friday and Saturday obviously being back to normal 2 o'clock Eastern time situations. Yeah, especially with how drained I was feeling this weekend and everything, it probably is a very good idea. Yeah, take care of yourselves. I will see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Thank you all for your time.